Radio check on comm 1.
Big, hairy American winning machine. If you ain't first, you're last. You know?
Yo, 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 yo. What's up, homies? What delay are you talking about, shoes? There's no delay. There's no delay, bro. Hey, Tony, what's up, man? How was the rest of your stream, bro? JP Sizzle. Banyas. Holy shnikes. 25 months. 25 months. Souls are kitten. What's up, guys? What's up, guys? How's it going, guys? So, today is trying to learn how to fly a plane day. And we're going to do it with JPC. Hola. And he knows how to fly planes, and he's going to show us how to fly planes. And he's in Discord, and he's waiting. This is the actual airport where he learned to fly planes. I have no idea if this is what it really looks like. This is a freeware. It looks kind of wild. I don't know if like what the deal is with that, but Karting Demon, what's up, man? And so we'll do this today for a couple hours, and whatever he wants to do, whatever his plan is, he's got a plan. I read about it. I've been looking at his handbook that he shared with me, and then so we'll do whatever is on the docket. And then I was gonna do LA to Vegas and back in X-Plane in some form, but I don't know, man. I'm kind of feeling like the Mad Dog in Japan might be what I want to do. I don't know. I really want to check out the new Japan update that came out. So I don't know what we're going to do after this. Let's put it that way. But this is the WB C152. Hey, Vex, what's up, man? Yeah, I flew over there for a minute yesterday in this plane. I flew over there for a little bit yesterday in this plane just to check things out around Tokyo. But, you know, that's the only thing about all these big updates, right? Is like, I haven't been there enough to know, like, okay, so does it look better? Does it not look better? I mean, I have no idea, you know, like what got done. I mean, I did go look at one of the bespoke airports and such that, you know, look cool. But like, other than that, like, you know, I don't know. It's hard to tell. This paint job and panel are almost identical to the plane I learned to fly in. This one, I like this. This is my favorite livery on this one. And this is a great little plane, man. It's fun to fly. But anyway, so let's bring JPC in here. And he's going to show us what's up. Now, I do want to say, before we ever even get started, this is for simulator use only. It's a pinned comment at the top of the chat. It's in the title. Do not use this for real world. If you do, can make no promises. This is not for real world use. Okay? Okay, guys? It better not have. It was supposed to go 180 minutes. What? I set it for 180 minutes. I'll copy it again. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. Don't you think I won't? Don't you think I won't do it again? Because I will. Oh my God. What's up, guys? Welcome in, guys. Okay, we'll just do it like this. MDA, thanks for the 2 months, bro. Thank you for the big fat raid, bro. We're just getting started. Corsair, Richo, what's up, guys? We're about to do a real world flight lesson with JPC, who's a real world pilot, but we're not going to use this for real world. This is not for real world use. And I just made the disclaimer. Now it is pinned. It should stay there. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the raid. Fritz, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, guys. We're at Kilo Foxtrot Romeo Golf, and we're about to bring JPC in here, and he's going to tell us how to fly a plane. Well, fly a fake plane. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Hi, buddy.
Thanks for coming in today.
Oh, my God. How's it going, pal?
Hear me on the stream?
They should be able to. I'm going
I
to
don't
turn
know if
you
I
up a
hear
little
myself.
bit.
Hold on. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, you might just need to turn me up a little bit. Yeah,
I have turned you up a little bit.
Very
Can
good,
everybody hear JPC? Can you guys hear
All right.
JPC? I think you should sing happy
like-
birthday, bro, real quick, just to make sure that everybody can hear it.
Happy birthday to you. I just took a poo.
Oh, that was a great rhyme, bro. That was a great rhyme, bro.
First thing I'm going to do is piss off whoever is wants to fly along with you today. Is you probably shouldn't have the multiplayer on even and not be connected to VATSIM, just so we have no distractions. So whoever is with us, I'm sorry, but it's probably for the best for this situation that we not be on the multiplayer at all and let's kind of have Boozy do his thing with this, just so we can have and obviously we're using this only as like a little like he said, don't take anything that I say as gospel, even though I am technically still a certified flight instructor. I haven't really actually used my CFI privileges at any point since they've made it the ACS instead of the PTS standards. So there might be a few things in my lesson that I'm teaching to Boozy that actually have changed a little bit. But I'm going to just teach him the way that I used to teach my students. You guys can use it for some form of educational purpose if you want, but don't then take it and apply it to real world. You know, if you're doing flight training, listen to whatever your flight instructor says and don't listen to what I'm saying is kind of the idea. So I apologize again for anyone that was trying to fly along or anyone, you know, if maybe he's not as communicative with his chat as he normally is. We're going to try and make good use of this as like an educational thing, so less distractions the better, is kind of the idea that we're going for. So I apologize, but we're going to go for a little bit of immersion, a little bit less of the interaction. There's also going to be certain things that I'm going to show him this morning that he will hopefully share to your screen, because I'm sharing it to his Discord, is stuff out of the Airplane Flying Handbook, which is a free document that you can get online. Anyone can access it. Just Google Airplane Flying Handbook, and the PDF is available to download for free. The Pilot Handbook of Aeronautical Knowledge is another good one that's also available for free to download on the FAA website for anyone that wants, you know, to learn about flying or has any desire to maybe get a private pilot license in the future. Those are the two books that that's where I did all of my teaching out of. Essentially, it was the PHAC and the Airplane Flying Handbook when I was a flight instructor. So if Boozy could share my screen of
Hold on,
the
I'm
Airplane
gonna
Flying Handbook when he can figure out how to do this.
I think I can do this.
I mean, if you want to have the actual physical book in your hand, it does cost money, but they do, like I said, the PDFs online are for free. So you ended your stream, which...
Yeah, because I have two this is what I was talking about. It's going to be hold on just a second. So,
yeah, you get to play the Discord game.
Yeah, I'm in the Discord game right now because I have two PCs and two Discords. So if I click on one and go to the other, it makes it that's exactly what I was just going to do. Let's see if I can do this in a normal way that would make sense here.
Yeah, that's good to point out, Vex, is that whatever they have on their website is in theory up to date, but you know, I do wonder sometimes with government websites how up to date they keep things. I feel like the FAA does better than maybe some other government websites, but that's, you know, if I say more I'll get in trouble, so I'm not going to go much further than that.
All right.
All right, Airplane Flying Handbook. Okay, very good, very good. So it should move when I move. It's got a nice little legend right here. We're only really going to kind of discuss...
Hold on just a second. Hold on. Everybody can hear JPC. Do you need him to be louder at all?
I mean, I know my voice isn't the greatest to hear, especially because I'm still only about 80% better for my sinus infection. But as long as you guys think I sound good. All right. So we're not going to go through. It's not going to be like a whole like this is the first time you've ever touched an airplane, I'm not going to go through like that basic lesson because I know you do some of this stuff on the stream. We're just going to kind of go through certain things that I feel like would be cool, some basic private pilot maneuvers like that. We're going to discuss the maneuvers. We're going to discuss the weather considerations. Thankfully, the weather is perfectly fine out on Long Island, so we don't have to worry about changing what we're doing in terms of airport in the sim. So that's kind of nice. Um, but in terms of like what we're going to do maneuver wise, we're going to talk about obviously the pre-flight and starting up the airplane even. We're going to talk about just basic taxiing, and considerations for when you're taxiing any aircraft, whether it's a jet or a prop plane or anything like that. Safety, we're going to talk about crossing runways, runway incursions, things like that, real quick. We'll do a run up on the Cessna because you should do a run up to make sure your engine is functioning properly. So we're going to do a run up. I'm going to do the best to my ability to remember flying because I did fly 152s when I was at Farmingdale. Do the best of my ability to remember how to do all that stuff. And again, it might not be perfect, which is why, again, this is only for entertainment purposes only today. We'll do a short field takeoff because I know you can do a normal takeoff. So we'll discuss that. We'll do a VX climb on that short field takeoff. So usually the combination of a short field takeoff and a VX climb versus a VY climb. The VX climb is when you're trying to get your best. Excuse me, I'm trying to see. Even sometimes I get them confused. But the VX climb essentially is you're trying to clear an obstacle. Versus having the VY climb, which is kind of just your normal climb out speed. So we'll talk about the difference between that. We're going to talk about the importance of using trim in an airplane. Now, again, this might be like a bit of a sim. Some planes in the sim are harder to trim than others. It's a lot easier to use trim in the real world airplanes than it is in the sim, especially in Must-Fuss. So we'll discuss it. We'll try and have you get it trimmed out as best you can, but there is going to be some of those simisms that we'll kind of work through. We'll discuss the importance of doing clearing turns when doing these maneuvers, and I'll make sure that before every maneuver you're going to do your clearing turns, even though we're not going to have any traffic or distractions, you're still going to do them anyway. We're going to do slow flight, which is one of just the basic private pilot maneuvers. Slow flight, being able to recognize how the maneuverability of the aircraft is significantly changed at slower airspeeds versus when you're flying at a higher airspeed, to show you that it is much harder to fly an airplane that's at low airspeed. We're going to do steep turns. We're going to do turns around a point and S turns across a road, or in this case, potentially the shoreline. Those are ground reference maneuvers. Then we'll go right back to Republic, and we'll just do a short field landing, taxi to the ramp, shut down. And remember, the flight is not done until the aircraft is shut down and parked, and you've finished whatever checklist, after landing shutdown checklist. So you have to. That's something that I used to drill into my students. They might think, oh, okay, I've done the maneuvers, I've done everything, and now I've landed. But until you get the airplane parked and shut down, there's still the chance of you hitting someone or hitting something or breaking the airplane or doing something wrong. So until that airplane is shut down and secured, you're not done. So from start to finish, you got to be involved in every aspect of flight. And the real reason why that is it's safety. The safety is the ultimate goal of aviation, whether you're a private pilot, commercial pilot like myself, flying for the airlines, doesn't matter. Safety is the goal. And the big reason why a lot of the stuff, when we're not going to get too deep into, like I said, the airplane flying handbook or the PHAC, but 80-ish, 85-ish% of aviation accidents, especially on the GA side, are because the pilot did something wrong, because of pilot error. And so that's why it's important to take if you are doing, and again, we're not going to take it as seriously in the sim as we would if it was a real thing, but it's meant to be taken seriously. Aviation can be inherently dangerous, and if you treat it like you should, then you are good to go. But if you treat it like a game, and again, obviously in the sim it is a game, there's a lot we can get away with, but if you were doing flight training in the real world, it's not a game. And safety is the priority.
Well, and that's kind of like what this is the whole point of this, for me at least, is like, we all, most of us, at least in the chat, most of us here, you, me, we all sim But for those of us who don't do this in real life, it feels like there's a huge portion of all this stuff that we just don't get because you just don't learn any of this stuff. And that's kind of goes back to like what Vex just said, we're going to learn a lot. Like that's the point, is to try to learn the things that you're just not ever, I'm just never going to get without somebody that knows what they're doing, telling you how this would all go down, like, cause that's the part of like all these planes we fly is like, all this stuff is like, there's all kinds of stuff about it that we just never get.
I don't know. Okay, thank you. VX is best angle versus best rate. I don't know why I was getting those bit confused in my head. That's why I said we get back to that, but thank you, Vex. And the reason why you want the best angle of climb, again, with the VX climb, is usually for obstacles. If you don't have any obstacles to worry about, that's when you would normally go for the best rate of climb, which is the VY speeds. Now, I stupidly forgot to bring up the Cessna 152 speeds like I wanted to. Cessna 152 speeds. I was going to have that open in a window just so that I can remember. And where's that image? And this is, like I said, there are variations to Cessna models, so this might not be perfect, but I'm going to use this as my guide, which, where is the image that I just had? Google. I'm going to break my monitor. There we go. So I'm going to quickly reshare my screen to what I'm looking at. Change stream to this one. So we're going to use this as the guide for the speeds for the 152. Again, just a general idea. So you can see best glide is 60 knots. We're not going to worry about like emergency procedures and worrying about best glide. We'll save that for another stream. But really on this right side is more what you're worried about, which is VX is going to be 55 knots for the VX climb. VY is 67. So your best angle is 55 knots. Your best rate is 67. Never exceed is 149. Normal operating maximum is 111. So between 111 knots and 149 knots, you really only want to be between those if you're in smooth air. VFE is your flaps extend speed, so you don't want to have any flaps in above 85 knots. VS is going to be your stall speed clean, and VSO I think is stall speed when you're got configuration. I don't know if that's 100% accurate. It's been a while since I've had to worry about VS and VSO, so don't quote me on that one. Again, this is why this stream is only for entertainment purposes. And then VA is your maneuvering speed, which we'll talk more about when we're doing some of these maneuvers where you want to be at kind of around those maneuvering speeds. But I'm not going to be worried too much about your speed. I am going to be worried with some of the maneuvers about your maintaining control of your altitude and your heading and certain things like that. I'm not going to be too worried about speed as long as you don't actually stall the airplane. So just some things for you to realize what kind of speeds I am looking for, though, when it comes to like a VX climb and VY climb. Those are really the only two, that are going to be super important to me today, especially the VX, since we're going to do the VX climb with the the short field takeoff. Let me real quick get back to what I was looking at before. We're going to talk about, let's see, takeoff. Where is my... Where do I want to be? Turns.
We're good, Hotch. We're good.
Climbing turns. All right.
Now we're trying to learn stuff, Hotch. A whole new day, bro.
Trying to find that section with the VX and VY here. Climbs. All right. Yes, here we go. So normal climb, confirmed at an airspeed recommended by the airplane manufacturer, which is normal climb. Best rate of climb produces the most altitude gained over a given amount of time. Best angle of climb performed at an airspeed that produces the most altitude gain over a given horizontal distance. And again, that's the key factor when it comes to if you have kind of an obstacle to worry about on the departure. That's really what you're looking at. So we're going to combine that short field takeoff with the, that added little, we're going to pretend that there's an obstacle at the end of the runway, and you're not going to be clear of that obstacle until you get above 700 feet, and then at 700 feet you can transfer from the VX climb to the VY climb speed. That's the way we're gonna kind of handle that for today, in terms of the short field takeoff and climb. So now a short field takeoff, that that's you were trying to, let's say you're at a field that's maybe the runway's only like 1,200, 1,300 feet, which is perfectly doable in a Cessna 152, but it is a short field, so you want to get up quickly. So what we're going to do with the short field takeoff is you're going to have the flaps at 10, which is the normal for the short field takeoff. And the idea is you're going to want to try and use as little runway as possible to take off. I keep clicking things and losing where I want it to be, just pissing me off. And I'm pissing myself off by doing this.
Hey.
Go and find
Don't get mad, bro.
short. No, I'm mad at myself, not you.
I know that.
Short field takeoff. Where are my short field takeoffs? Here we go. Short field takeoff and maximum performance climb. This is what we right here. All right. So short field takeoff, maximum performance climb. Where the idea is we're trying to reduce the amount of takeoff roll that we have as possible. The big thing that we're going to do, try to avoid, obviously, is premature rotation. You want to make sure that you do have enough airspeed to gain lift. We're going to talk about how, ground effect is very useful to us, especially for the short stall field takeoffs. Where is the short field one? There we go. So when performing takeoffs and climbs for field. Okay. Taking off from a short field requires the takeoff to be started from the very beginning of the takeoff area. So that's a big thing. You're going to want to line yourself up with as much of the runway as possible. So like you normally when you're lining up one of your bigger aircraft or even the GA planes, sometimes you'll just kind of turn onto the runway, no big deal. You're just kind of rolling on, gliding on, whatever. In this case, it's very important that you go right to the edge of the runway as much as you can and kind of turn as sharply as you can. Give yourself as much runway as possible. So we'll talk about that once we taxi out there. The pilot should apply takeoff power smoothly and continuously without hesitation to accelerate the airplane as rapidly as possible. Some pilots prefer to hold the brakes until the maximum obtainable engine RPM is achieved before allowing the airplane to begin the takeoff roll, which we'll do. The way I was taught and the way most private pilots are taught is you're going to hold your feet on the brakes when you're lined up. You're going to go to full power, let the engine run up all the way to the RPM before then releasing the brakes to start the takeoff roll. This is going to make sure that the engine's already given you everything it's got, so you're not wasting any little bit of the runway as you're going along there. As VX approaches, the pilot should apply back pressure until reaching the appropriate VX attitude to ensure smooth and firm liftoff or rotation. Since the airplane accelerates more rapidly after liftoff, the pilot should apply additional back pressure to hold a constant airspeed. So you're going to notice that when you get to that rotation speed, which is going to be about VX, you're going to pull, the airplane's going to climb. And it's not going to climb great at first, but then once you start to build up a little bit more momentum, a little bit more airspeed, it's going to really want to start climbing. And you're going to have to pull back more on the stick to then maintain that VX speed so that you're not speeding up closer to VY. You want to make as much use of that airspeed that you have as possible to get as much altitude as quickly as you can when you're doing that VX climb.
Makes sense.
Now, if you rotate too soon, obviously the airplane's going to kind of be in that getting close to like the stall, not going to want to lift off, and the airplane might kind of settle back into the ground. So you want to make sure that you don't rotate too soon. So that's something that you have to be careful with. The objective is to rotate to the appropriate pitch attitude at or near VX. The pilot should be aware that some airplanes have a natural tendency to lift off well before reaching VX. In those airplanes, it may be necessary to allow the airplane to lift off in ground effect and then reduce the pitch attitude to level off until the airplane accelerates. So you'll notice probably, and this might be a simism, where the airplane's probably going to want to go. It's probably going to want to take off. And if you do get wheels off the ground, that's fine. But then you just want to lower the nose a little bit, not so that you're touching back down on the runway, but that you're staying in that ground effect, that like 5-10 feet off the runway, to let that airspeed build up continually to VX before you then pull back and maintain that VX speed in the climb. And again, that's hard to explain verbally. That's definitely something that's more of a visual thing, and that is also something that's going to be difficult to potentially do even just through the sim versus me sitting in the right seat right next to you, but we'll do the best we can with that. But that's more or less what we're going to do with the short field takeoff. Once we're clear of that obstacle, like I said, at the 700 feet, then we'll transition to that VY speed. We'll do a VY climb out to whatever altitude we determined. I got to look and see what the weather is real quick at Republic. We're also going to go to the south practice area, so that'll kind of determine whether we do either a straight out departure or downwind departure. with the wind 05011, it's going to be runway 1 at Republic, so it's going to be probably a right downwind departure out of Republic to go to the south practice area, which is just the south shore there. So once we do that right downwind departure, I'm going to have you climb initially to 3,500 feet is what we're going to do initially going to that south practice area. And I'll point out even on a sectional chart real quick, once we get to that point, what landmark you're going to be looking for to get to the south practice area, which is called the Captree Monument, which may or may not show up correctly in the sim, but I'll kind of give you, at least on the sectional, a general idea of where it is so you know what you're doing with that. And then once we do that VY climb, we'll level off out in the practice area. I'm going to, like I said, we're going to emphasize the importance of trim, but we'll do that out there. Clearing turns, we'll worry about out there. Essentially what clearing turns are is you're going to do either a full 180-degree turn or two 90-degree turns, first to the left or to the right, or to the right and to the left. And the idea with clearing turns is you're trying to make sure that the area around you is clear. One of the main things as a VFR, general aviation pilot, is it is your responsibility to see and avoid other aircraft. So the idea of the clearing turns before maneuver is to make sure that you are seeing if there's any traffic in the area. And as long as you don't see anyone, then you are good. You are seeing and avoiding any potential traffic that might be in your way during the maneuver. You want to make sure you have a clear area to be able to do this maneuver. We'll do slow flight. Slow flight, let me get back to the airplane flying handbook and see if I can somewhat quickly find the section for slow flight here. And the idea with slow flight is to show you the, I guess, the lessening of the maneuverability of the aircraft when you are at slower speeds. Now, let me see. Where is slow flight? Slow flight. Here we go. Flying at reduced airspeeds is normal in the takeoff, departure, and approach and landing phases of flight. While pilots typically perform these operations at low airspeeds and close to the ground, pilots learn to maneuver an airplane in slow flight at a safe altitude. During slower flight, any further increase in angle of attack, increase in load factor, or reduction in power will result in a stall warning, and pilots should react to and correct for any stall indication. Note that stall training builds upon the knowledge and skill acquired from slow flight maneuvering and encompasses a period of time for the stall warning. The idea is you're looking to see the differences in the aerodynamics of the airplane when it's flying slower versus when there's more air going over the wing. You want to recognize what the cues are. You want to smoothly maintain coordinated flight while maneuvering without a stall warning. And see, this is the difference now with slow flight in the new way versus slow flight when I was being trained and also when I taught. Is that in slow flight, when I was being trained and taught, you actually wanted to get the airplane all the way to the stall horn. You wanted to have the airplane ride into the stall horn and stay there while still maneuvering the airplane without it getting into the actual stall, because the horn being your first indication. But now they have it so that you're just shy of the stall horn, it looks like, when you're doing these slow flight maneuvers. Kind of disappointing, actually. I think I might have you do it where you're riding the stall horn. The way that I was taught and the way that I used to teach. But I'm not going to dock you too much if the horn isn't going off the whole time, because my instructor used to be like, we want to hear the horn the whole time while you're doing these. And once you get into that slow configuration, I'm then gonna have you make turns, like turn to the left heading whatever, turn right heading whatever, climb, and you're gonna learn that it's not pitched that's going to get you to climb or descend. It's going to be the power that's going to get you to climb and descend when you're in slow flight. So you're going to maintain the same pitch at all times, essentially, during the slow flight. And in order to climb, you're going to increase your RPM. In order to descend, you're going to decrease your RPM. And then whenever you're doing the turns in slow flight, you're not going to want to go more than standard rate. Now, I'm not sure if you're familiar with what standard rate is, but if you look at the turn coordinator on your aircraft, so you can lower the screen real quick, and on your stream and look at your turn coordinator, a standard rate turn, and you see you're doing way more than a standard rate turn according to the indicator right now, but you see level flight is going to be those two horizontal ones, the white lines, and then a left turn, the standard rate turn will be that next white line down there. That's a standard rate, and that's a standard rate right there, exactly. So you have an idea of what the standard rate, and that's the kind of, that standard rate turn is what you're going to want when you're doing any of these turns during the slow flight maneuver. And of course, you always want that ball. You see the little level? You're going to want that ball to be centered at all times during all these maneuvers, during everything we're doing. I want that ball to be centered. So you're going to need to be doing a lot of rudder, and especially especially when you're doing slow flight in these Cessnas or stalls or anything like that. You're going to need a bunch of right rudders, so keep that in mind.
Oh boy. We're actually going to learn how to use our rudder.
So after slow flight, I'll have you do some, climbs, ascents, turns, and all that, and then we're gonna work on some steep turns. Steep turns are turns that are more than obviously the standard rate, or even more than 30 degrees. Steep turns are anywhere between 45 to 50 degrees of bank. And the idea is you're going to make a full 360-degree turn to the left, and then another full 360-degree turn to the right, while maintaining at least 45 degrees of bank, and also maintaining your altitude. And in order to be able to do that, you're going to have to make some slight adjustments to your pitch and a slight increase in your power in order to be able to maintain that altitude while you have that increase in the bank angle, because there's going to be more load on the aircraft when you're making that steeper turn.
Okay.
Let's see. Let me see if I can find steep turns here in the book.
So my question is, how accurate, in your experience, will all this be in the simulator compared to the real world?
Considering that I've done those, and I think I showed you the link to the streams that I've done actually on my own channel where I'm doing the maneuvers myself, the WB Sim 152 is going to do a pretty good job. It's not going to be perfect. It's certainly not going to be like the real airplane, but it's going to do a pretty good job. And some of the big things that you're missing in the sim versus in real life is you're not going to have that seat of the pants feel. And that's a huge factor, especially doing a lot of these maneuvers. So that part does make it a lot different in the sim versus in the real airplane. You lose that seat of the pants. You lose that sensory with certain things. So a lot of it is going to more be, in your case, visual, because you're looking and you're going to have to be scanning your instruments to make sure that you're maintaining the 45 degrees of bank. So you're going to have to look at your attitude indicator, make sure I'm maintaining the 45 degrees of bank. I'm going to have to look at my airspeed, make sure I'm not looking too much airspeed or losing too much airspeed, excuse me. I'm going to have to look at my altitude, make sure I'm not accidentally climbing or descending too much, because I'm trying to maintain within 100 feet of my altitude while I do these turns. So you're going to have to be not only looking outside to make sure that the area is clear, and also, and here's the big thing with steep turns visually, is you essentially want to be splitting the horizon in half when you're doing these steep turns at the 45 degree bank. As long as you're keeping the nose splitting the horizon in half while you're doing these steep turns, in theory you should be maintaining your altitude. So that's something we'll talk about visually once you actually start doing the maneuver. But then you still have to look outside, make sure you're splitting the horizon, look back inside, check your instruments, look back outside to check the horizon, look back inside, check your instruments. You have to have constant scan going on.
Okay. I can't wait to mess this up.
And it's going to be interesting. After steep turns, we'll do the ground reference maneuvers that I want to do, which is turns around a point and S turns. So the idea with turns around a point and S turns, and we're going to be at that point, we're going to descend to a lower altitude. About 1,000 feet is what we're going to do these turns around a point and S turns, is what you're going to be doing these at. So you have better ground reference. Turns around a point are a logical extension of both the rectangular course. The maneuver is a 360-degree constant radius turn around a single ground reference point. And the idea is, if there is wind, you're going to have to kind of adjust your bank throughout this constant turn around a point in order to maintain the same radius. Because if you have a downwind, it's going to be pushing you away from that point. So you're going to need more bank to stay closer to the point. If you have a headwind, it's going to be if you're upwind, it's going to be pushing you towards the point. So you're going to need less bank to maintain that constant radius. And there is, I think, some wind. It looks like the wind 050 at 11. Yeah, so there's going to be enough wind for that to be a factor where you're going to have to kind of adjust that bank to maintain that constant radius as best you can. And again, you have to continue your scan, because not only are you going to be looking outside at that point that you're keeping the radius on, but you have to come back inside and make sure you're maintaining your airspeed, make sure you're maintaining your altitude. And then you're going to have to look back at the point, make sure you're maintaining the radius, come back inside, make sure you're maintaining your altitude. So you're going to have to work on that scan. S turns across the road. Where are you? S turns across the road. Did I miss you, or did you? There we go. Same thing. You're kind of just playing along with the wind to maintain, and it's going to look, you want it to look kind of exactly like this, where we have either the shoreline or a road. You're going to cross the wings level, and you're going to enter on the downwind, meaning the wind is going to be at your back. So you're entering on the downwind. So that way, when you enter the maneuver, you're at your steepest bank. As you slowly get to the point where you're halfway through, you're at your moderate bank, and you're slowly reducing your bank to your shallowest across. And the idea is you want to be able to constantly be turning, and then just stop turning when your wings level across that road or the shoreline, and then immediately start turning again on the other S. You don't want to get wings level too soon or too late, and you want to make sure that you're starting with that, as best you can, because the wind is not going to be perfectly perpendicular to the road or whatever point we choose. Try to do as much as you can. And even the sim, it's even harder because you don't really have a ground-based reference to the wind. A lot of these points, especially on the South Shore, there's flags, there's smoke, there's different things that you're able to actually use as a visual reference to see where the wind is in real life that you're not going to have in the sim. So we're going to have to be kind of loose and just go off of what the wind is today, which is right around the 050. So we're just going to have to kind of roughly base it off of just everything as a 050, 040 wind. But you don't have that actual, like, the flag blowing on like a flagpole on the ground at Jones Beach to be able to look and see what the wind's actually doing. So it's going to be generalized. A lot of the stuff's going to be generalized. But the idea with the S-turns across the point or across the road or across the shore is you want to always have bank in right up until your wings level across the road, and then immediately start banking and constantly doing these S-turns. You don't want to roll out too soon. You don't want to roll out too late. And that's kind of what we're going to be going for. So we'll do the best we can with those. That one's probably going to be one of the more difficult ones that we do in the sim. After that, we'll go back to Republic, and we're going to do a short field landing. Since we're doing a short field takeoff, we might as well then do a short field landing as well. And then we can worry about soft field and all the other stuff during a next lesson that we do. Let me go to landing and short field approach and landing. All right. Short field approaches and landings are require the use of procedures for approach landings at fields with a relatively short landing area. That makes sense. The idea is, and we're not going to worry so much about the obstacle on the return. We're going to do this with the non-obstacle. Big thing with the short field landing is you want to pick a point where you say, okay, I'm going to have you pick a point on the runway. Be like, either whether it's the numbers, 1,000-footers, you tell me what you want your point to be. But that's the point where I want you to be wheels down, without too much in front or too much behind, because that's going to essentially be your landing point on the short field. And then once you land at that point, you're going to immediately get on the brakes as hard as you can. You're going to raise the flaps to 0. The reason why you raise the flaps to 0 is because you're reducing that lift to make sure, and also giving your wheels more contact with the ground so that the braking is more effective. And then you're also going to pull full back on the yoke. The reason why you pull full back on the yoke is that it's going to give you more aerodynamic braking as well by pulling full back on the yoke while you're doing that.
Yeah, I've always kind of done the flaps up. I didn't know you pulled back on the yoke though.
Pulling back on that yoke actually gives you a little bit more of that aerodynamic braking.
It seems counterintuitive.
Especially in these smaller airplanes, and that's why you want to make sure that you're on the brakes, so that flaps up, so that you don't end up getting that lift to go back in the air. And so yeah, you're not going to do it immediately. You're going to wait like 1 second on the brakes, make sure you slow down so you're not at the point where you're going to rotate back in the air, but then you're full back to get that aerodynamic braking.
Okay.
And that's what we're going to do. And then we'll taxi back. Again, the flight's not over until we taxi back to the ramp and get the airplane safely shut down and, parked and secured.
Radical.
Pulling back also reduces load on the fragile nose wheel. Yes, that's good. Very good point, Vex, as well. See, Vex has got a little bit of CFI in him, I believe. It seems like.
I think he flies.
But yes, he calls it a poor man's spoiler. That's pretty funny. Vex, are you a CFI or are you just a well-trained private pilot?
Okay.
I fly on. That's a. Vex, are you a CFI or are you just a well-trained private pilot? Well-trained CP, commercial pilot. See, even better.
Even better. All right.
Even better. All right, so now let's talk about real quick what you would do with a pre-flight. Now, again, in this sim, you're not going to be doing much of an actual pre-flight, but some of the things you'd be looking for exteriorly on a pre-flight: the condition of the tires, obviously, the condition of the wing struts, condition of the prop, make sure it's not nicked. You'd be checking the oil and all that. Um, you check in the landing light, make sure that's good. You would check the ailerons and the elevator, make sure your control wheels are in when you're doing that. You would sump the fuel tanks with the fuel sump to make sure that there's no water in the fuel. Just kind of basic things like that is what you're looking for when you're doing the pre-flight stuff. Again, we're not going to get into a whole free pre-flight because the sim doesn't really have that. The Comanche kind of have like that, but we don't have that in the 152, so I'm not super worried about that. But that's just general idea. Obviously, even before you would go out to do any of this, you would consider the weather. The weather's perfectly fine today, VFR. We're not worried about it. But there would be considerations if the weather was not so good, or if you're a new student and it's too windy. Then everyone. Certain schools have certain limits with the wind with their students, and even you as a pilot, even after you get your private pilot license or your instrument rating or whatever, should have your own personal minimums for what weather you can tolerate safely. And then again, that's kind of like stuff you would learn as you go to what your own personal minimums would be.
Okay.
All right. I know you know how to start this airplane, so why don't you go ahead and get it started? I'm not too worried about teaching you a startup with this airplane.
Okay.
So why don't you go ahead and fire it up? We're not so worried about that. The big thing, obviously, though, before you start the airplane, though, is to make sure that the area is clear, that you have your little storm window open, and that you're yelling clear prop, so that you're not going to accidentally, or in this case, it's a full window in the Cessna. So yeah, you open it up, and you're going to yell, and you're going to alert people loudly. You're going to yell it. You're going to say clear prop, and then you're going to start the engine to make sure that the area is clear, and you're letting everyone know that you're about to fire that engine.
Clear prop. Is that loudly enough?
That was fine, yes. There you go.
Would you leave your window open? What if it's
in
hot?
The hot summer days, absolutely. Like today, a day like today is actually going to be pretty hot out. So yeah, today might be one of those days where the windows might be staying open for most of the flight because it's pretty warm out. But in this case, in the sim, we're going to leave them closed for noise purposes.
Okay.
All right, so you're going to get your airplane all warmed up, make sure all the switches are where they need to be. I don't have a Cessna 152 checklist in front of me, so again, just kind of go with what you know for what you've done with this airplane in the past. I wish I did still have a 152 checklist, but again, checklist would be a big thing also with any flight training, especially at the flight school that I went to. But because I don't have any physical checklist on hand, we kind of have to just get a little bit loose with that. Make sure your transponder showing VFR 1200. And it's an altitude mode. Once you get to that point.
Oops.
There you go. Yep, VFR. There you go.
Yep, I've already set the altimeter, and I've already done the gyro for...
Yep. And again, those are all things that would be on a checklist usually, but since, again, there's certain simisms that we're going to have to get around, especially because I don't have a physical Cessna 152 checklist in front of me. I could probably find one online, not really purposeful for what we're doing in terms of the entertainment of this stream.
Right. Okay. How much fuel would you bring?
Usually, almost always, the fuel is topped off anytime we were doing flight lessons out of the school that I went to.
All right. I guess I could put you in the passenger seat, huh? Yeah. I bet you weigh 167 pounds. Oh, I was close.
170. Actually, I haven't weighed myself in a while, but I'm right around 170.
All right.
There you go.
Okay.
All right, so where are you? You're at the Echo ramp, I believe, at Republic. You're parked right not too far from where I would have normally been parked out of, which is good. So we're going to pretend that it's at runway 1. So the first thing first, though, you're still in the ramp, so you're perfectly fine. We're going to have you taxi all the way up to the edge of the ramp. So at this point, like I said, whenever you're ready to taxi, you can go ahead and taxi up all the way to the edge of the ramp, and then I'll describe to you what you're going to be calling and telling or requesting from Republic Ground for taxi. So you can go ahead and taxi, like I said, make that left turn, and you can go and hold short of you're going to go and hold short of taxiway November. So that's going to be the exit on the left. So the one you should be pointed closer to anyway from where you're at. And you're going to hold short, again, still in the ramp, but up to and holding short of the line where the taxiway starts. And then we'll talk about what your call to Republic Tower, or like I said, Republic Ground would be. So go, just whatever that one is in front of you. Say slight right and then the left. That should be perfectly fine. Whether it's November or Pop, I guess it doesn't really matter.
I can't. It doesn't have any letters on my chart, so I don't know which one is what.
What do you mean it doesn't have any letters on your chart? You should have an actual airport diagram up with the taxiways.
Oh, okay, I see. It's
If
gonna
you
be
don't
up
have
here.
that-
I see it. 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 I see it.
Always have your charts as well. Always have the taxi charts, the airport diagram chart whenever you're doing this stuff, ladies and gentlemen.
This is
Always.
November right here.
When I was doing my flight training, the amount of times that I obviously flew at my home airport Republic at the time when I was doing the flight training, you have to have the chart on your knee, ready to go and available to reference. Doesn't matter how many times. Doesn't matter if you have the airport flat memorized. Always have the chart available for reference. All right, so now you're short of the taxiway. So in this case, you just looking to taxi. In this case, you know it's runway 1 because you would have gotten the ATIS. Let's say the ATIS is information Charlie, okay?
Okay.
And you know that the weather is the wind 050 at 11 knots, at 10 and clear, so we're not worried about that, up to 3023. All right, and you're looking for a taxi VFR departure to the South Practice Area is what we called it, Republic. So you would say Republic Ground, Cessna 81 Bravo Zulu, request taxi VFR to the South Practice Area with information Charlie.
Okay. You want me to say that?
Go ahead and do that. Yep.
All right, Republic Ground, Cessna 81 Bravo Zulu, request taxi. Oh, wait, say it again. What am I saying?
Request taxi VFR to the South Practice Area. We have information Charlie.
Request taxi VFR to the South Practice Area with information Charlie. Right?
Go ahead.
I did it. I did it.
I didn't hear you.
Oh, okay. Republic Ground, Cessna 81 Bravo Zulu, request taxi for VFR departure to the South Practice Area. With Charlie.
Charlie.
Yeah. Yeah. With Charlie.
Cessna 81 Bravo Zulu, Republic Ground. Good morning. Runway 1, taxi via Alpha Bravo.
All right. Runway 1, Alpha Bravo 81 Bravo Zulu.
So if you look at your taxiway diagram real quick, you see there is a hot spot there right at
Mhm.
the intersection of Alpha and Bravo. So make sure that you're careful of that. Hot spots are important. Also, since we're not crossing any runways, we don't have to worry about necessarily any runway incursions or things like that. But of course, if you were having to cross a runway, you need to make sure, if they say to hold short of that runway, that you're holding short. And if you're cleared to cross, then of course you're cleared to cross. If you're ever in doubt, verify with ATC. Just say, hey, am I clear to cross this runway? Don't have any doubt, because if you cross a runway without that clearance and cause a runway incursion, you're fucked.
Okay.
So you can go ahead and do your taxi.
All right. My taxi lights and
Now-
everything are on.
Yep. When you get close to the end of runway 1 there on Bravo, you're going to notice that there is a little run-up pad just off to your right. When you get to that run-up pad, make sure you pull into that run-up pad, and we are going to do a quick run-up in the 152.
Okay. We're going to put this little ducky on the dashboard to work today. Zero karting demon. We're not crashing today. Is this what the ground texture actually looks like here?
Probably not. Freeware is freeware.
It is free, yeah.
Republic is a towered field. It's actually one of the busiest class deltas in the Northeast, especially on a weekend. There would be times where I'd be like 8 or 9 for departure, trying to get out with students training at Republic. It's a very busy class delta, and it is under the New York class Bravo, which adds a whole other layer to this everything that we had to do when we were doing our flight training there.
I did look at it. It's restricted 4,000 to 8,000 here.
Which is
where
why we're
at.
climbing to 3,500 initially.
figured-
But once you get to the capture bridge, then you kind of have free reign as long as you stay clear of the ice subclass Charlie.
Which is out to the...
Which is why we are
east.
going to stay over the water in the south practice area and not cross the shoreline until we get to the ground reference maneuvers. But at that point, we'll be below the Charlie and below the Bravo at 1,000 feet, so we're not worried about any of that.
All right. I don't know where this run-up pad is. It's got to be somewhere
Just keep
right
going.
here,
It's going to
right?
be closer towards like the end of the runway there
Okay.
itself. If there isn't one in the sim, then we would then we'll just do it on the taxiway. It's not a big deal. It's coming up right there. See this little opening to your right? It's going to be the little run-up area right here.
So we would turn around into the wind?
Yep, so you want to turn into the wind. So you want to face to about a 050 heading.
That's
Okay.
050. Right
Set your
there.
parking brake.
All right. It's set.
And now you're going to put your RPM up to 2,000.
It's 2,000.
All right, so now you're going to check your ignition. So do you have the ability to do left-right mag on your...
Yeah. Yep, I do.
Yep, so you're going to check the left mag first. You're going to look for a drop in RPM. You don't want it to be more than about 100 RPM that you're losing in that drop, so it looks like it's good. Then you put it back to both. Then you're going to do the same thing for the right mag. It should be no more than about 100 RPM. You should go back to both. So your mags are fine, so you don't have to do anything with that. Now you're going to open up the carb heat fully, and you're going to note that there's a reduction in the RPM when you open up your carb heat, which is exactly what you want. You're going to pull the power all the way back to idle. Don't leave the carb heat in.
Okay.
Pull the power all the way back to idle. You want to make sure the airplane's not going to stall out at idle thrust with the carb heat in there. And it's not, then you can put the carb heat in.
Okay.
You can put the carb heat back in, and now you have completed your run-up.
All right.
And yes, you're checking temps, fuel pressures, oil temperatures, all that stuff like Vex said, or Father Gaming said rather. But really the idea is you're just checking those mags, and you're checking that the carb heat is functioning properly, and also that you're not going to stall out with the carb heat in at the idle thrust. So now you can continue the rest of the way to taxiway, or excuse me, to runway 1.
Which is just in front of us right here, right?
Yes. Yep, and it's some airports it's going to be different than others. Republic Airport, there's so much training going on. You're slightly to the right. The edge of the runway's to the right, sir. Not, oh, that is the end of the runway.
Yeah,
that's right. New. I see. It's different because the runway has changed a little bit since I did my flight training at Republic. But some airports, it's implied. Like Republic Airport knows that all these guys are going to be going and doing run-ups, so they don't even have to like say, oh, you know, they're going to give you the full taxiways. They know you're going to stop to do the run-up, and then you're going to get back in line. There's some airports that are not used to that flight training where you have to say, hey, I need to pull off into the run-up pad. There are some airports that don't even have a run-up pad, and you're going to have to say, hey, I'm going to stop here on the taxiway. Am I okay to stop in this position to do a run-up? And then the ground controller would approve it, et cetera, et cetera. So now at this point, ground would say switch to the tower frequency. I'm not worried about you doing any frequencies or anything. You're on Republic Tower. So now you'd say Republic Tower, Cessna 81 Bravo Zulu, ready for departure.
Yep. Republic Tower, Cessna 81 Bravo Zulu, ready for departure.
You're cutting in and out on me for some reason. Try that again.
Oh, I think it's because I keep pressing that button because I'm used to it's a push to mute button. That's what it is. Okay,
There
I
you
see.
go.
Okay, Republic Tower, Cessna 81 Bravo Zulu, ready for departure.
Yeah, and the ground controller would have told the tower that you want the departure to the south practice area. So Republic Tower is going to say, November 81 Bravo Zulu, Republic Tower, good morning. Make a right downwind departure to the south, wind 05011, runway 1, clear for takeoff.
And then I would say...
all you'd have to reply is right downwind departure, runway 11, clear for takeoff, November 81 Bravo Zulu.
Okay, right downwind departure, runway 1, clear for takeoff, 81 Bravo Zulu.
Okay, so this is where we're going to do our short field takeoff now. So you see how that runway edge there? You want to get as close to that runway edge to your right as possible to line up. You don't want to go into the
blast pad.
into the keys there. Yes, exactly. But you want to use as much of that runway as you can, get lined up at the center line, and then you're going to hold the brakes once you're fully lined up.
We want flaps and everything, right? Like.
Yep, you want flaps 10. So hold the brakes. Flaps 10. Throttle full power while holding the brakes. Get that RPM up. You want to see that RPM go all the way up. Now it is. Now you can release the brakes. And watch
55.
that airspeed. You're going to want to call out that airspeed alive. Yep, and you're looking
Airspeed's
for that
alive.
VX speed. 55 is what you're looking for. So you see the airplane's going to want to come up. So there you go. So you don't pitch the
Boogity, 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 boys, let's go fly.
You're going to keep going for that 55. You're going to go all the way to 700 feet. And once you get to 700 feet, then you can slowly lower the nose for the VY of 67, and you can bring the flaps back up to the 0 position once you're clear of that obstacle.
So that's 400 feet. $500
We'll call it 600 feet just because 700 feet is probably excessive. So at 600 feet, you can lower that pitch a little bit now. Go for the 67 for the VY. You can bring the flaps up to 0.
Flaps are coming up.
And now you can start your right
67.
downwind departure. And just do a normal right downwind departure at your VY climb speed up to 3,500 feet.
Okay, okay, okay. So we
That
keep
was a
it at
very good
67.
short field takeoff and VX climb. Yep, and you still want to do your normal pattern, you know, right down departure. So good, you're leveling off for the crosswind. You're gonna look out to your right. You're always clearing. There you go. Now you can start your right turn, and you're gonna turn to about. I'm just gonna kind of point you towards capture point. So you're gonna turn right about there. So you can level off your turn right about there. And you're just gonna kind of point out towards that area. So if you look off your left front, there's like a little opening slightly. That's kind of where you're gonna want to be going. Is about that heading roughly to get to capture. And again, you're now just gonna climb up to
67, right?
3,500. Yep, at your VY climb.
This is fun, bro.
Once you get clear of the class Delta, the tower is going to say November 81 Bravo Zulu frequency change approved, and you would just say frequency change approved 8 Bravo Zulu. You don't have to. We're not going to do that right now, but that's exactly how it would say. Also, another thing that normally I would do with my students is we would pick up flight following New York approach, just so we that have another set of eyes on us while we're out in the practice area. We're not worried about that today. That's not part of what we're doing today, since we're not on any network or anything. So I would go about a 150-ish heading roughly to get towards capture.
Okay, so go a little left.
Yeah, about a 150-ish heading. And again, you're not going to be able to see it in the sim, unfortunately, but there is actually like a pointy little tower out there that is the capturing monument that would be very easy to see as a VFR general aviation pilot and be able to point right at it. So I'm just giving you kind of an approximation of where it is in the sim.
All right, 2,500. Still at 67 knots.
Yep, and remember, it's a beautiful day, VFR, you're a GA pilot, so don't get too focused on the instruments. Although you are trying to maintain your speed to do this climb that I wanted you to do up to 3,500 feet, you do want to still be looking outside, checking for traffic, make sure you're not going to hit anyone, you know, and that's going to be especially important when we do our ground reference maneuvers. But of course, during all the maneuvers, it's still very visual.
Okay. Does look good out there.
That's a problem with that. A lot of sim pilots will have versus real you know, when they transition trying to do real world maneuvers, is that a sim pilot will get so focused on the instruments because in the sim, that's more or less you don't have that seat of the pants feel, right? And a lot of bat sim guys, especially, they're doing a lot of airline stuff, and it's a lot of focus on the instruments and things like that. VFR flying is visual. And you're really only scanning your instruments, exactly like Father's Game 2 is saying. No, we got another real pilot in here, Father's Game 2. I know Vex said he's a CPL. What are you, Father's Gaming? Are you a private pilot, commercial pilot? What do we got from you?
All right, so we're 3,400. Level off here,
Yep,
I guess.
Level off, 3,500. And you want to get the airplane trimmed out as best you can to maintain that 3,500. You're going to reduce your power. About 2,400, 2,300 RPM is all you're going to really need for this. So you reduce your power to about 2300 RPM. You're going to use that pitch trim wheel to kind of get the airplane leveled off, and you want it to be able to kind of, and the idea with the using the trim is you almost want the airplane to be able to maintain the altitude with you having to take your hands pretty much completely off the yoke. You want to be able to get the airplane close enough to a point with the trim where you can take your hands off the yoke and the airplane's not going to be climbing rapidly or descending rapidly, and you can kind of use that as a reference, like, all right, the airplane has a tendency to want to pitch up when I take my hands off, so I got to put a little bit more nose down trim, or vice versa.
All right, I mean,
and then
she
once
feels
you get
pretty
it to
good.
a point where it's pretty closely trimmed, then you still have to worry about maintaining your altitude. So you see you're about 100 feet above where you want to be, so I do want you to get pitched down a little bit. And again, this is now where you just have to fly it a little bit. So pitch down if you got your where you think your trim needs to be, and maintain that altitude now. And you're going to notice that when you pitch down, your power is going to increase slightly, so you can pull the power back a little bit. And then once you get back leveled off at the 3,500 feet, you're going to need to put that little bit of power that you took out and put it back in so that you can maintain that altitude. But yeah, you're generally where you need to be for the sim. It's not going to be, you know, I'm not going to expect you to be picture perfect. So you're right around where the Capturing Monument is now, but we're going to get you, you want to be over the water. So you want to be over the ocean and not in you know, over the shoreline. So once you get out over the ocean, we're going to have you fly out even for like a couple miles out over the water. And then we'll start working on, you know, your first set of clearing turns, and then we'll get you into slow flight.
All right, all right, all right.
And again, chat, big difference now with the way they teach slow flight is that they have you do the slow flight without the stall horn on for whatever reason. When I was doing the training myself and when I was flight instructing, we had our students doing slow flight with the stall horn activated. So I'm going to attempt to have Boozy do it that way. I'm going to attempt to have him get all the way to the stall horn and maintain the flight in the stall horn. And I want to hear that stall horn singing the whole time while he's doing the slow flight, while I'm having him do the climbs, turns, descents, etc.
And I do want to say to everybody in chat, I'll probably be much less responsive today than normal because I'm focusing on what he's trying to teach me. I want to do this right.
And yeah, private pilot, you still do stalls and things like that. You don't do spins until commercial training typically. But we're not going to do any stalls. This is going to be more than a one-part thing that hit him. So I'm saving some maneuvers for the next part. And then eventually this might lead to like a full simulated private pilot check ride in a sense. But for now, we're just going to do slow flight today. We're not going to do any stalls. We are going to do steep turns around a point S turns before going back.
Yeah, I would like to do this monthly if we possibly can find the time and make it happen.
All right, so I want you to turn to left to heading up to 09ers.
Left 090.
And this is just a normal turn. I'm not expecting anything much right now. Once we get you kind of on that 090, you can see where you are relative to the shoreline, and then we'll start getting into the meat and potatoes of what we're doing today. And watch your altitude. You do want to try and stay within 100 feet plus or minus of that altitude that is signed at 3,500 feet. So that is something already that I've noticed that you're going to have to kind of keep up with in your scan between looking outside versus looking in your instrument. And if you need to adjust your trim, adjust your trim. Once you have a trim set, you don't need to forget about it. If you need to readjust your trim at any point, then readjust your trim. All right, so you got to see where the shoreline is now, and the idea is we're going to try and make sure that you stay off the shoreline at all times. So clearing turns now. Again, we talked about the clearing turns. You're going to use these to kind of get a visual of the area. You're going to be looking outside to try and clear. You can either do a right-hand degree turn 90 degrees back, left another 90 degrees, or you can do a full 180 degree turn to clear that area. So in this case, I'm just going to have you do the full 180 degree turn to the right. So you're going to do a right turn 180 degrees all the way to about a 270 heading. You're going to be looking outside, and obviously we're not going to see any traffic in the sim, but you'd be looking all around, up, down, left, right, to make sure that there's no traffic in the area. And while you're doing these turns, just like anything else, you also need to quickly scan inside and maintain your altitude, different things like that. So yeah, you're going to be moving your head a ton. Outside, inside, outside, inside, outside, inside.
All right, all right, all right. We're 3,500. She's holding.
Yep, and you're scanning around, looking for traffic. You're not going to find any, obviously, in the situation that we present ourselves in the sim right now. And then once you're at about a 270-degree heading, you're going to level off, and we're going to get you into slow flight.
Little trimmy trim there. That's about almost 270 right there.
Very good.
Right
All right,
there.
so we're going to... Now, while we're setting up for this maneuver, you want to maintain 3,500 feet and the 270-degree heading. That's the preface to the start of this maneuver while we're getting set up. So keep that in mind. So what you're going to do now is you're going to slowly pull the power all the way back to idle. You're also going to open up the carb heat, so that way, just in case, the airplane's not going to stall out on us if we were to have any carb icing. So get your carb heat in, all right? And you're going to leave the carb heat in for this maneuver. All right, and now you can start slowly putting the flaps in because we're below that 85 knot speed for the flaps. So you can start putting in, you're gonna go all the way to full flaps. So you're gonna slowly put the flaps in all the way to full. And you're gonna be pitching for right about, it's gonna be close to about 40 to 35 knots. But whenever you hear that stall horn, once you hear that stall horn, that's when you're gonna increase your power. I think it's gonna be to about 2,000 RPM roughly, maybe 2,200 RPM, and look at your altitude. So get that pitch up, get that pitch up. So there's your stall horn. So there you go. So now pitch, add power, add power, add power, add power. Keep adding the power. Again, you're going to be right about 2,000, 2,200 RPM. Keep pitching that nose up so that you get that horn. And you're still losing that altitude. So you need to get that nose up and add a little bit more power. There you go. So now add power more even so that we can get you climb back up to 3,500 feet. We'll start with the climb. And look at your heading. You see how you've drifted to the right about 30 degrees? Yes, add a little bit of bank. So yeah, see that?
I'm giving her all she's got.
You can go full power for these climbs. Go
that is full power. That is full power.
Keep that slow horn in. There you go. Maintain that 270 heading.
Oh, she's gonna stall.
Even with full power.
Oh no!
Yeah. All right, so we'll recover from this.
Oh no!
That's a bit of a simism if that's full power. So yeah, in this case, we can push the carb heat back in. We're not gonna worry about the carb heat because the sim's not gonna do anything with this. So we're gonna take the carb heat out for the situation. So climb back up to 3,500 feet normally.
Okay.
Just normal climb up to 3,500 feet. Get back on the 270 heading, and then we're gonna get reset. Slow flight, definitely a very difficult maneuver for a new student because you're used to the airplane being, airplane's got plenty of air flowing over it, just normal takeoff, normal climb, normal flight. Now you've got very little air flowing over the slower speeds, so the airplane is very less stable aerodynamically, and it is a lot harder to control. And you saw right away how quickly you were losing your altitude, losing your idea of where you're going with the heading, and everything is so touchy with the controls when you get to that point because of how little airflow is going over the wings.
All right, now we're climbing again. We're on 270. We're at 67 knots. We're full power.
It's because you have flaps out too still.
I put them up. I put them up. I put them up. I put them up.
Okay, you did put them up. All right, very good.
She's just a little weak.
Yes, not the most powerful airplane in the world. So once you get level at 3,500 feet, get stabilized at 3,500 feet. Let the airplane speed up a little bit, get back to like your normal cruise, make sure you're trimmed out all the way that you want to be, and then we'll reset.
All right, that's 3,500 feet right there.
Yep, so get your power back to like the 2,300 RPM. Like I said, get stabilized if you're back to normal flight, and then we'll redo the entry to the maneuver.
All right. Get back going on 270.
Once you feel like you're stabilized, you let me know, and then we'll start the slow flight procedure over again.
I feel like we're pretty stable right here. We're going up. Yeah, I need to go down.
Take your time. We're not in any rush with any of this today. Hi, Clove. My kitty cat is here. Yep, so whenever you feel like you're stabilized, take a little bit of power out. Do 2200 RPM for now. Get yourself stabilized on that.
All right.
All right, I think you're pretty stable. All right, so now so you saw how you lost altitude so quickly when you reduced that power. You have to continually be increasing your pitch as you're reducing that power to maintain your altitude as you get to that slower speed.
All right.
So do it again. You're gonna pull the power slowly to idle. Slowly increase the pitch. You don't want to climb either, but you want to try and maintain that speed. So yeah, if you have to reduce the pitch, that's fine too. You just don't want to lose the altitude. Slowly get your flaps in all the way to full. Keep that high on that heading. You're drifting slightly to the right again.
Damn it.
There you go. All right. Now you're going for that hard. Now hold it. Add that power back to 2200 RPM roughly. Yep. Now we're nice and yeah, pretty stabilized. Maybe add to 2300 RPM. She might need all of it. This Cessna's a little dingy. All right, so now I want you to make a turn to a left heading of 180. Yep, and you want that standard rate. So that's too much bank. Gotta get to that standard rate.
She wanted to stall out.
Yep. I'm not gonna worry so much about the altitude right now, chat, because it looks like this thing struggles mightily with the power, even in slow flight. So we're just gonna keep holding that. I'm more worried about the headings at this point.
That should be 180, right?
180. Yep.
Oh no.
180. Gotta keep that scan going.
Oh.
Increase that power a little bit more too.
That's all. That's all she's got. That's all she's got.
All right.
Beans are got.
All right. Always make sure too when you start these turns that you look out to the direction and clear the turn. So, and now I want you to make a right turn all the way to a heading of north 360. So first you'll look right, and a lot of times you'll even call out clear right.
Clear right. I don't see anybody out
start
there.
The right turn. There you go.
Easy right turn. Boy, you turn too much, she'll just jump past that.
Yep, and that's again because it's so
mushy.
So little airspeed going over, and mushy is the exact word. The idea of seeing this airplane fly in slow flight is to see how mushy the controls get at the slower airspeed. That's the exact word you're looking for. So while you're making this turn to a heading of 360, I now want you also to descend. So to descend in slow flight, you just need to reduce the power a little bit. But you still want to hear that horn. Usually when you're starting a maneuver, Father Games will do the clearing turns in either both directions or a full 180, but yes, otherwise you're correct. So there's north, so you want to roll out slowly. And now you can level at 3,000. So once you get to 3,000 feet, you put that power back in pretty much all the way to full to hold that level. Keep that hold. I want to hear that horn. There you go.
She's gonna climb a little bit now. That's full power right there.
So you've got the general idea now of slow flight. So now I want you to recover. So you're going to go full power. You're going to pitch the nose down slightly as if you're covering from a stall. And as your airspeed picks up, you're going to slowly bring the flaps back up to 0.
Bravo Juliet Tango said who knew Boozy was so horn why.
Okay.
Are you looking at yourself in the reflection of the TV, Chloe? What are you doing, girl?
Me?
Sorry, my cat is the cat is being a little... Alright, so now I want you to turn right, heading 090, climb back up to 3,500 feet. So that checks off slow flight, and now we're gonna do steep turns.
This is intense, man. Like, this is actual real stuff. All right.
All right, so get nice and stabilized at 3,500 feet on the heading, you know, with the power setting and everything. Again, that's very important in between maneuvers that you get yourself stabilized in between again. Everything's copacetic, trim the way you want it before you start the next maneuver. And then you tell me when you're ready to start the next maneuver. Again, you want to be about 2,200 RPM. You don't want to be so fast on the RPM when you're just kind of in the stabilized flight.
All right, there. I think I'm pretty stable here.
All right, so now I want you to do clearing turns. First, do a 90-degree turn to the right, and then a 90 back to the left. Do your clearing turns.
Okay,
so yeah,
so
if you
just
look right, call clear right. Start your right turn on the clearing turns.
right, clear right.
So you do a 90 degrees to the right. You're looking around, scanning for traffic. Once you get to about that south heading, you'll stop, and then you'll do the same thing. You'll do clear left, and you'll do the turn back to the left to the heading of 090. Make sure the complete area is clear.
All right, there we go. That's south. Yep. Okay, let's stabilize out here. We'll look left. We'll turn back left to the E.
And you call out clear left.
Clear left.
There you go.
We're going climbing. We need to go down a little bit.
You're gonna want to hear that. That flight instructor and eventually that DPE or check airman that's doing your check ride is gonna want to hear you calling all that stuff out. Watch your altitude. You want to maintain that 3,000.
Going down a little bit. Going down a little bit. All right, we're back to a 90, which would be east. Isn't that what we're going for?
Yep, exactly. Perfect. All right, so now we're going to do steep turns. So again, we talked about steep turns being it's going to be a 45-degree bank turn. We're going to start doing it to the left first, and then once you get it to the left, you'll roll wings level, and then you immediately roll into the right, do it to the right. And it's a full 360-degree turn. You want to keep that bank 45 degrees, 45, 50 degrees roughly the whole way around. So the idea that you're going to be looking for is you get nice and level at 3,500 feet again, get stabilized. Once you start the turn, you're going to obviously call out your clear left. You're going to start your turn to the left. Once you get to about 30 degrees bank, you're going to increase the RPM by about 100, maybe 200, just because the sim seems like it's a little bit lacking in power. And then you're going to continue that turn all the way to 45 degrees. You want to make it so that the nose is almost splitting the horizon in half. A little tough with the haziness that we've got, which would be hazy in real life today too, probably. But you want to try and make it so that the nose is visually splitting horizon in half. You quickly are, of course, scanning to make sure you're holding that 45 degrees of bank. Now, if you look at your attitude indicator, you see you have the tick marks. You got 10, 20, 30 degrees, and then all the way to 60 degrees. So you want to be between the 30 and 60 degree tick marks to get that 45. So you want to be right in half. So you see you have 10,
so like
first notch. No, your attitude indicator, indicator.
This guy.
Yes. So you're right now, get back to see that you have your level right there. You have 10, 20, 30. So the first tick is 10 to the left. Up on the top, that top part of there. See, this is where it's tough in the sim. And actually, I'm going to have you pause the sim real quick. Pause the sim real quick so I can show you, and I'm going to get my screen share. So get the sim paused up.
It is.
Okay. So I'm going to share my screen real quick. And you can share with the chat as well if you want.
Okay.
So in your case, I don't think the sim even has the 45 degree little dot there, so you can ignore that. But you can see what I'm talking about up here. You got the level, 10, 20, 30, and 60 degrees of bank.
Okay.
Those are what you're looking for on your attitude indicator. You don't have the dot even, but you want to be in between the 30 and 60.
Okay.
You want to be in between the 30 and 60 to have that 45 degrees of bank.
Okay.
That's what we're looking for in terms of a 45 degree bank. All right?
All right.
There you go. That's just wanted to, so you could see what we were talking about with the attitude indicator.
Yeah.
After that, I'm going to stop.
Dope. Okay.
So you can unpause the sim, Get yourself stabilized. Get stabilized on the heading 090, 3,500 feet. So like I said, once you're going to start that roll to the left. Once you roll past 30 degrees of bank, you're going to increase that power by 100 to 200 RPM. You're going to then continue rolling all the way till you get in between those two lines where you're at about 45 degrees of bank. So your nose is splitting the horizon. And then you're going to adjust your pitch as necessary while looking at the horizon to make sure you're splitting it, and looking inside to check your altitude to make sure you're maintaining within 100 feet of that 3,500 feet, so that you're not dropping in the nose or you're not pitching the nose up too much. So you're going to have to have a constant scan. But then also you have to roll out back to the original heading of 090. So about 30 degrees prior. So in this case, since you're going to the left, when you're at about 120 degrees, when you're about a heading of 120, that's when you want to slowly and smoothly start bringing the the bank out back to level.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. That's a lot. Okay,
Whenever
I think
you're
I'm ready.
ready.
All right.
You can start it left first, and then once you're done with the one to the left, you go to the right.
Clear left.
Yep, so there you go. Keep going. Keep smooth. It's got to keep going. Keep going. Keep going. 30 degrees. Increase that power now a little bit. Keep going all the way to 45. You got to put more bank in there. All the way to 45. Keep going. Keep going. Pitch that nose up. Get to the horizon.
Oh, God.
Horizon. More bank. More bank. You need more bank. Get in between those two lines. Get in between those two lines. There you go. Get that nose up. Pitch up to split the horizon. Here we go. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Coming up to about that 120, slowly bringing it out back to level flight. You're going to pitch that nose down, bring that power back out, and that actually wasn't too bad at all for your first steep turn. Now you're going to get level real quick, but now you're going to do it to the right. So start banking to the right.
All right, clear right.
Keep it going, keep it going. You're going to increase that power a little bit now. Get that nose up to split the horizon. Get that nose up. Too much bank. Here you go. You want to see more 45. There you go. Now a little bit more to the right. Get that nose up, split the horizon. Pretty good, pretty good. A little bit more bank to the right, a little bit more bank to the right. Keep that 45 degrees. A little bit more. Keep it coming. You're looking for about the 060. Then you're going to start to roll out. Get that nose up. Get that nose up. Start rolling out on the east heading, and yeah, not bad. Honestly, for your first couple of steep turns ever, that's really not bad at all. You kind of get the idea now. So get stabilized, normal flight, straight ahead on a 090 heading, 3,500 feet, and we're going to have you do it again.
Oh, dude.
This time I'm going to try to have you do it without me coaching you through it the whole time. See if you can kind of keep your eyes on everything without losing too much altitude.
It's a lot. Like, that's, you don't know. I don't know. But now I think I kind of have an idea of what we're doing.
There's also, again, you don't have the seat of the pants feel. There is the ability to kind of feel when, like, I can kind of feel that the airplane's sinking on me and pitching down and losing that altitude. So you don't get that seat of the pants kind of feeling with this. So it is actually a little bit harder to do it in the sim than it is in the actual airplane when you lose that sensory part of it. But you did pretty good that first set around. So I wanted to see you do it again without me coaching you through. But again, make sure you're holding that 45 degrees bank. You see how you lose that altitude and you're like, all right, I got to pull back a little bit. But then you accidentally, without thinking about it, reduce that bank a little bit. You got to try and keep that 45 degrees in there the whole time. And visually, when you're looking outside, because again, this is still a visual maneuver, you should see that nose splitting that horizon in half. All right? So when you're ready, you start them, do one
Are we
going to
go left?
one back to the right.
All right. All right.
Yep.
All right. All right. Clear left.
Don't forget to add that power.
Oh.
And again, don't go too far. 45 degrees bank. Come on.
Okay.
Good,
Okay.
good.
Now.
To the right.
Clear right.
That nose up. Get that nose up. Don't put too much bank. There you go. 45 is what you want in between those two lines. Start rolling out. There you go. Excellent. Not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Oh,
All right, steep turns are done.
nice.
Again, for the sim, that's really not bad at all. All right, so now we're gonna go and start doing those 2 ground reference maneuvers that we want to do, which is turns around a point and the S turns across the road. So what I want you to do is kind of point towards the shoreline and start descending to 1,000 feet.
'69. We're taking.
We're not doing
flight
60-degree
lessons.
steep turns, Vex. 60-degree steep turns are not what we're doing right now. 45 degrees is what you want for private pilot. We're sticking with private pilot.
And so, as you would descend here, would you just pull out the throttle and just kind of drift towards the shore? Like, I mean, is that how you would do that?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. You're just descending, normal descent, going towards the shoreline. And then once we get to the shoreline, you're going to find a point on the ground that you like as your point that you're going to reference for the turns around a point. So you want to find a nice colorful roof or like a flagpole or something like that. That's going to be very easy to identify as your point for the turns around a point. Now you don't want to use the bridge. You want to kind of have it be more of like an actual like very small but identifiable point. Using a whole bridge doesn't necessarily kind of work for that. You want to almost find like a flagpole, or in this case, it does look like you have something, as the bridge. So you want to look for like something
I see a
on
tower
the ground that's
next to the bridge.
Point. Yeah, that's perfect. So that's going to be your point. You can use that tower as your point. So you're going to level off at 1,000 feet even.
All right. And would you care about your descent rate here, or would you just?
No, I'm not too worried about that.
Okay.
So right now, again, we talked about the winds at Republic, which I'm going to check right now to see what they are. They're still 0605.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you know that 060 up is your wind. So you're going to enter all of these ground references you want to enter on the downwind. So you're actually going to want to enter this maneuver on a 240 heading to start the maneuver. So if you have your point, so turn to the right now, kind of maneuver yourself so that way you're going to be kind of getting into this point.
So like I want to go right over the antenna.
You don't want to go. No, you don't want to go right over it. You're going to want that antenna to be just off of your left wing tip. That's what you're going to be going for. But then you also want to start the maneuver on the 240 heading.
So we need to turn around and come back.
So fly out straight, kind of fly out on this heading for a while. And we'll turn around and come back. And then you're going to want that point to be off of your left wingtip the entire time is essentially what you're going for when you start the entry and when you're doing these. So yeah, you can increase your power. Maintain 1,000 feet. Get nice and stable. On this heading, get nice and stable on 1,000 feet on this heading for now. And then we can always turn around and come back to this point however long it takes. So get to 1,000 feet even. Get nice and stable on this heading. And then we'll get the maneuver started coming back around.
Okay.
And you're going to have to maybe adjust your trim a little bit at the lower altitude. So whatever it takes, you're still at 1,100. I want you right at 1,000. So get it down 1,000 feet.
It's not close enough.
Get it nice and stable.
I'll be trimming. I'll be trimming. I'll be trimming.
God, my chair is so squeaky. God dang. All right, once you feel you're stabilized, we'll use this as our clearing turn too. So you can make a 180-degree turn to the left. Call that as a clearing turn and go back towards the point where we want to go so that we can enter on approximately, it doesn't have to be perfect either, we're going to enter on approximately a 240 heading. So whenever you're ready,
left clear left. I have a tendency to like pull back on the stick. I could tell. I start climbing.
Yeah, and those are tendencies that as you were to fly more in the rear airplane, you would kind of get out of. But yeah, everyone has kind of like their own tendency. So you see your point
I
there.
see the
off
point.
your
Yep.
left.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So you want to get it so that you're not flying. Remember, directly over it. You want it to end up so that when you're parallel to it, that it's right off your left wingtip. Yep. Very good. And then once you're parallel to it, you're going to start turning around it. And since you're going to be on the downwind, there's not too much wind, so you're not going to get a huge amount of bank. But the idea is you want to try and maintain a constant radius, so a constant distance around that point. If you see that you're getting too close, then you're going to want to adjust your bank accordingly. If you're getting too far away, then you want to adjust your bank accordingly. It should almost be like you're tethered to it on a fucking string.
Yep.
As you're going all the way around it, and you want to maintain the tightness on that string at all times. You don't want to break away from it, and you want it too close where the string has slack.
So when are I just start this turn when I feel comfy?
So as soon as you're parallel to it, once that point goes off your left wing, then you're perfectly parallel to it. That's when you're going to start turning around it. So you're looking to your left. Keep looking, keep looking. So it is over your wing right now. So you're maintaining this radius. So start your turn and maintain this radius. So you're mostly looking outside, and every now and then you're inside to make sure you're not climbing or descending to check your altitude. Yep, and it's a constant scan. Constant scan. Maintaining that radius, and you're adjusting your bank as you need to maintain that constant radius. Yep, and you notice you were getting slightly closer to it. That's why you reduce your bank. Perfect. We're going to have you do 2 full turns around this point before we then exit. And you exit on the same heading that you entered in. So when you do finish with 2 full turns, you'll exit on the 240 heading. So you're getting a little far away from it now, so you need to increase that bank just slightly. There you go.
We're going to stay down, though. I keep wanting to climb. All right. We're doing good here. A little left rudder, maybe.
Okay, you want to make sure you're stabilized in the turn.
Yep. 2 full turns, you say, huh? Okay.
Yep.
Getting a little high.
You're starting to get a little far away from it again. There you go. Increase that bank a little bit. There you go. Especially because now you're getting back into that downwind, so your airspeed's picking up a little bit. Or your ground speed rather is picking up a little bit. That's why you need that little bit of steeper bank when you got that wind at your back.
Right.
A little bit more. And you saw how you were shallower out when you were more upwind because you're not getting pushed as much. You have the air working against you at that point.
We are so spoiled in this simulator right now, man.
Yeah, it's doing a pretty good job for what this is.
See, now we'd be getting close, so we got to kind of roll out a little bit. Stay at 1,000 feet.
Yeah, I haven't had to say much because you've been doing it just right so far. We'll get this, like I said, finish this full turn on the 240 heading, and then we'll fly out and we'll prepare for the next one.
Getting a little high. Oh, getting a little close. And a little high.
Yep, and at no point do you ever want to be wings level. So that's where you're adjusting that bank, but you never want to go back to full wings level. If you have to go full wings level because you got too close, that would count as the maneuver as a fail.
Okay.
Which again, you haven't gotten to that point at all. You're doing fine. You're maybe just a slight bit farther away at this point than you want to be. So maybe just increase that bank a little bit, but not too crazy, not too much.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Okay.
Yep, and so right now, since you're kind of upwind, you got that headwind. This is where you're going to be almost at your shallowest bank, which you pretty much are, so it makes sense. You're still perfectly good distance away from it. And then, of course, as you start turning back to that 240 heading, you can really shallow out that bank. Get nice and close. And then you'll notice, though, as you get closer back going to the downwind, you're going to need to start increasing that bank. You can already kind of tell you're going to need to start increasing that bank just a little bit. Watch your altitude. You're losing a little altitude. You're going to want some power in. I don't know why you're pulling the power out. The power should stay pretty constant throughout this maneuver.
All right.
Get a little far away from it. You want to increase that bank a little bit. Good. And you're going to roll out on that 240 heading once you get there and fly away. Very nice. Hola.
240 there.
Yep. All right, so get stabilized at 1,000 feet. You're going to reduce get the power out. You're going fast on the RPM. You're going to be about, again, 2,300 RPM. Get stabilized at that power setting at 1,000 feet. And then you're going to make a left turn. Let's go left 090 because there's a road that goes right along the shoreline that we're going to use for our S-turns across the road. And it's perfect. We're going to start over the water and go in because you start on the downwind this way with the wind coming slightly out of the north.
It's like, it's, you know, like you never, in a simulator, I've never focused on an actual, well, not very much, I won't say never, on an actual coordinated turn to stay at an altitude or, you know, like normally we just fly and it doesn't, nobody, you know, like, but keeping it at an altitude is a different experience. That.
So we're going to use the shoreline as your point, as your reference here.
Okay.
All right. We'll call that what you just did as your clearing turn. I'm not worried about that right now. All right, so you're gonna turn towards the shore now, and you're gonna be perfectly perpendicular to the shoreline. Wings level when you cross, and then as soon as you cross the shoreline, you're gonna start with a right turn. It's gonna be right turns for this. Make it harder for you since you did the turns around a point so good. Right turns are harder than the left. So we're gonna do right turns. So yeah, go ahead and bank a little harder. You can bank a little harder because you want to be perpendicular to the shore when you're crossing it. We can start this maneuver perfectly wings level. So now you level off, and it's going to be a right turns now. So as soon as you get right over the shoreline, perpendicular, so look out your window. As soon as you get right over the shoreline, then you're going to start these S turns. And the idea is you want the radius of the turn on both sides to be approximately the same. And you should be constantly banking. So you should be closer to your steepest bank now. And then as you get to closer, you should be shallowing out that bank, and you want to be so that you're perfectly wings level as you cross and starting the left turn going the other direction.
Oh boy.
Once you cross the shoreline, so you should be perfectly perpendicular. So if you need to increase bank, increase the bank. Look out your right wing. Look out the right wing. It's a visual maneuver. Keep going, keep going. Yep, keep going, keep looking, keep looking. And now roll wings level.
Yep.
And then you snap, and now you start to the left and do it to the left. You keep S turning. Keep left, keep rolling, keep going back into the left. Should never really stay wings level. It should only be wings level when you're crossing, but you shouldn't be staying there. You should then immediately be going into the bank into the other direction.
Okay.
And now you see, because now you got that wind kind of in your nose, so you need less bank. Yep, there you go. And now you want to end up so that you're not too much less bank, because you still want to be wings level, perfectly perpendicular when you get to the shore. So you need to increase a little bit. And then slowly start rolling it out so your wings level right across the shoreline, and you're not exactly perpendicular, but we'll call that close enough. To keep doing it to the right. You're going to keep going.
Okay, we're going to keep going. Okay.
You weren't exactly perpendicular on that last one, so I want you to kind of keep at this until we can kind of get you in a more of a groove with it. Yep, that wind's going to be at your back, so you're going to be almost at your steepest bank right before you cross. Keep coming, keep the bank coming, keep coming. You got all the way to 30 degrees when you're doing this maneuver. Keep it, look to your right. I want to see that shoreline. Start rolling out, so you cross a perpendicular. Not too hard. You want it to be smooth. You don't want it to be hard like that. Smoothly into the left now. Keep going into the left. You're staying wings up. Keep going to the left. Yeah, you don't want it to be a hard exit bank. You need it to be smooth. You need it to all be smooth transitions. So we're going to keep doing this until you can kind of get that smooth transition. Watch your altitude. Yep, so you got that headwind now. So you see shallower bank. Keep looking out to the left. Look out your left wing. You want to see that you're going to be perpendicular across that shore. Slowly coming out. Slowly coming out. Slowly, you're perpendicular. Now you go right into the right. Keep going. Do one more set of these. Shallow. That wind is starting to come from behind you now as you make this turn. That's where you're going to start getting the bank steeper. Steeper. Keep coming. A little bit more bank to the right. Now slowly start rolling it out so that you're perpendicular. Slowly, smoothly, smoothly, smoothly. Look at your left wing. Look at your left wing. Yep. Oh, perfect. Now keep going left. Keep going. One more. We're going to finish off going this way. Going to finish off going this way. There you go. Very nice. That was a lot better. Once you're perpendicular across the shore this time, then you can finish it. You're going to finish it wings level across the shoreline, flying straight out. Then what we'll do is we'll kind of have you turn back out over the water, and then we'll have you get back going towards Republic Airport. Timing-wise, it's been perfect. This is exactly what I expected it to be in terms of timing. Yep, slowly wings level, slowly look out your right. Perpendicular to shore, beautiful, excellent. All right,
nice.
So you can turn left. Turn left back towards that bridge. We're going to take you back into Republic. So normally when we're calling into Republic, we would call over the Captree Monument. It's like the visual reference point that we would use inbound. So you can climb up to like, again, right, look to your left. Look out your left wing. Right where you remember where you were doing the turns around a point with that little tower?
Yeah, it's right here.
That tower is essentially acting as the Captree Monument.
Okay.
In a sim. So that's where you have your entry point back in Republic. That's one of those visual reference points that you would see on the sectional chart as the reference point into Republic Airport. So go back towards that tower. Go to the left, go back towards that tower. So when you're coming back inbound now to a towered field, obviously you have to call in because it's class Delta. So the normal call would be Republic Tower, Cessna 81 Bravo Zulu, 1,300 feet over the Captree Bridge, inbound for a full stop with information Delta. We call it information Delta now. So all that information needs to be on the initial call. So I'll say it again. Republic Tower, November 81 Bravo Zulu, 1,300 Captree Bridge, inbound for a full stop. We have information Delta.
Okay, Republic Tower, Cessna 81 Bravo Zulu, 1,300 feet, inbound for a full stop.
You got to tell them where you are. Captree Bridge.
Oh, at the Captree Bridge. Okay.
Inbound for a full stop. Information Delta.
Inbound for a full stop. Information Delta. Okay. We should do that again.
81 Bravo Zulu. Oh, go ahead. Do it again.
Okay.
Look at your altitude now. Make sure you get the right altitude.
All right. Republic Tower is Cessna 81 Bravo Zulu. We're at the Captree Bridge, 1,400 feet inbound for a full stop.
With information Delta.
With information Delta.
Cessna 81 Bravo Zulu, Republic Tower, fly straight in for runway 1, report the inner shoreline.
All right, straight in, runway 1, report inner shoreline, 81 Bravo Zulu.
So now you turn the airport.
Yeah.
So you're going to make that right turn towards the airport. Oh, yeah.
We stay at 1,400?
No, now your altitude, you're kind of going for about traffic pattern altitude Republic's 1,100. So you're going to go roughly about that.
Okay, so we need to
straight at runway 1.
I see it.
Which you're basically doing.
Yep.
And then once you cross over the inner shoreline, so this is still the outer shoreline here.
This
you're
guy.
You're going to get over the water. Yep, inner shoreline. You call the inner shoreline.
Okay.
And what we're going to do as you're approaching, we're going to talk about now this short field landing. Okay?
Okay.
Short field landing. You want to be landing pretty much right at the stall speed, fully configured. You're going to tell me what point you're planning to land at. Are you going to land at the numbers, like right on the numbers, or do you want to land right on the 1,000 footers, or what point do you want to land at?
Let's go with the 1,000 footers, the big one.
Big white one. Sorry.
Yep,
so you're going to be touching down right at the 1,000 footers is when I want the wheels to be on the ground. And then as soon as you're on the ground, you're going to make sure the nose is down properly. You're going to do full max brakes. You're going to bring the flaps to 0 simultaneously, and then you're going to pull full back on the yoke to give you that aerodynamic braking.
Okay.
And you're trying to stop in the shortest distance possible.
Okay. We got our landing lights on, all the lights.
Yep.
All lights.
And you're going to also make sure, again, when you start to reduce that power for the landing, make sure you're going to pull, in this case, we can do it now, you can pull the carb heat on.
We pull the carb heat on for safety, right?
Yeah, for the reduction of power, just in case there's any carb icing, you want that carb heat on. Especially in the Cessnas, the 152s, 172s, you want that anytime you're going to be doing like a hard reduction of power for like the approach and landing, you want that carb heat on so that the engine doesn't stall out if there is any carb ice. Because carb icing is a little bit more prevalent on the Cessnas than it is on the Pipers.
Okay.
For whatever reason, I don't remember the science behind that, to be quite honest with you, but I just know that it is more prominent on the Cessnas because you never had to really do carb heat much at all on the Pipers. And again, I don't particularly remember the science as to why that is, but that's just the way that it was.
UJC. All right, we're at 1,100 feet. So when would you start configuring?
Don't forget to make your call.
Oh, Republic Tower, the Cessna 81 Bravo Zulu. We just crossed the north shore. I guess it'd be the north shore?
Inner shoreline.
Inner shoreline.
Cessna 81 Bravo Zulu, wind 0605, runway 1, clear to land.
Runway 1, clear to land, 81 Bravo Zulu.
So you're going to want to start configuring about 2 to 3 miles out is when you want to start slowing down, get the first notch of flaps in.
How do I know how far I am?
You're just going to kind of eyeball it. So you're going to have to just kind of eyeball it.
It feels like now.
Really, since there's no traffic, you're not following anyone, there's no traffic behind you, you almost have the luxury of kind of configuring when you want. So if you want to start slowing down now to about 75, 80 knots, you can get the first notch of flaps in. Then as you get a little bit closer, you get the second notch of flaps in, do it about 65, 60. And then when you get that third notch of flaps in, that's when you're going to be going for your approach speed, which is going to be a little bit closer to about the 55, 50 knots is going to be about your approach speed. And then you're going to obviously be aiming for landing with your wheels down. So you got to compensate for flare and everything else. You want your wheels touching down right at the 1,000-foot marker. As soon as the wheels are down, full brakes, flaps up, full back on the yoke to get that aerodynamic braking. If you do this correctly, you should have no problem exiting the runway at Bravo 5 intersection.
Okay. That's flaps 2 right there. We're at 60 knots.
Yep, 60, 65. Remember, you're still looking at you still have the visual guidance of the Poppy, which you can use.
Yep, I see it.
So
We're a little
bit
low.
low. You want to be 2 white, 2 red.
She's mushy already.
And that's why we do the slow flight training for when you're on these approach and landings. You get the feel of what it's going to be like when you're on these approach and landings at the slower
There's
speeds.
2 white, 2 red right there. And we're touching down at what speed?
You're looking for an approach speed of about 55, 50. You want to be touching down pretty much right as the stall horn kicks on. You should almost simultaneously have the wheels touching the pavement as the stall horn clicks on. It's not going to be perfect, but that's what you're aiming for. And again, you want your wheels to also be touched down right at the 1,000-foot mark. You get a little bit of leeway on the front end and on the back end. Actually, you get no leeway on the front end, I should say, and only a little bit of leeway on the back end. Because if you touch down on the front end of a short runway, you're probably accidentally touching down where there is no runway. So you get no leeway on the front end and a little bit of leeway beyond the 1,000-footers. That's the spot you've chosen. So you can go full flaps at this point.
Flaps are full.
Okay, so yeah, you're holding about 50, 55. The rest is on you. I've told you what you need to do now. Keep that pitch up. Aim for your 1,000-footers. Now you're not worried about the Poppy. Now you're just visual. Now you're just aiming for your 1,000-footers, whatever you think you need to land on the 1,000-foot mark. Full brakes, flaps up, full back on the yoke. Very good. Alright, and now you can pull up 2 and exit the runway off the left.
Oh, is this it right here?
You can make that left turn there, yeah. So here's a funny thing that you did that I was waiting to point out until after you
Landed on the
because I was
wrong
more
damn
worried about you.
runway.
Yep, there it is.
Ah,
Okay.
no.
I was gonna wait until afterwards because I was more focused on you just doing the short field landing. But yeah, you landed on the wrong runway. So that's something you have to keep in mind. That's obviously a big. You're in trouble if you do that. I thought it was gonna be funny until after the end. That's why I didn't say anything. I don't know if anybody in the chat noticed that he was going on the wrong runway, but thank you for not saying anything because it's kind of funny that it played out that way. Because he was so focused on doing a good short field, and honestly, I was more focused on him doing the short field landing. But in real world, even if you were a student in real world, that's a whole simism. Like in real world, I would have told the student what runway you lined up for, and then that would have been a whole big thing. So.
Okay.
Next, if you do that on the next lesson, I'm gonna be all up in your ass.
All right, strobes
Just
off,
so we're clear.
landing lights off.
So you can taxi. You're on taxiway Alpha right now, off of runway 32. You can taxi via Alpha, cross runway 1 to the ramp.
All right, Alpha 1 to the ramp. All right.
And remember, you're still flying the airplane until it's parked.
Bravo Julia Tango said baby's
Yeah, I was
first
like,
brasher.
this looks oddly like the wrong runway, but I was waiting.
Damn.
Obviously, you were so focused. So that's a good teaching point because now you were so tunnel visioned on doing such a good short field landing, which you did do a good short field landing. You landed on the wrong runway because you were so tunnel visioned to it.
What's a Nassau flyer?
That's one of the different flight schools on the field.
Oh. All right.
Runway 1 is a smaller runway. Yep, it's the one that's Republic. It can be tricky. There have been actual pilots in real life that have lined up for and got yelled at for lining up on the wrong runway at Republic because of the configuration that it is. So Boozy would not have been the first pilot in real world at Republic to be like, "Hey, sir, you lined up with the wrong runway." That he would not have been the first. We let it go for this stream because I wanted him to focus on doing a good short field landing, but also, like I said, it became a good teaching point of how you can get so tunnel vision. No, keep going straight. Keep going straight. You're on Alpha already. You're just looking for taxiway November now to go back into the ramp like we came in before.
Okay, we're going
back. He got
back
so
to
tunnel
Zach,
visioned on doing that maneuver so correctly, he didn't pay attention to the basic airman skill of, am I lined up on the correct runway? And not only did he have the visual cue of, you know, he didn't reference his charts, so he didn't have the angle right. He didn't see the number runway at all. He should have clearly seen that he was lined up for runway 32 when he got closer. He also could have looked at his DG and seen that he was on a heading of 320 and not a heading of 010. His compass would have told him the same thing. A lot of different visual cues that you can look at to make sure I'm aligned on the correct runway.
So this should be November.
That's Papa. The next one's November.
There is no next one, though.
Actually, yeah, then the Papa. That is a simism. Alright, and then you just go back to where you were parked initially, shut it down, get it all secured up. So one thing I'm going to teach you also before you shut it down completely is you're going to ground the mags before you pull the mixture, and I'll explain that once you get parked. So leave everything running once you get parked in a spot, and then I'll tell you what grounding the mags is. You can just park in any spot, doesn't matter. I'm not worried about you being in the same spot you departed out of. If you line up for the wrong runway the next time we do this, I am going to go far up your ass that you're never going to hear the end of it. You get one pass this time in the sim.
We're never doing this again. We're never doing this again. We're never doing this again.
In real life, you would never get that pass in real life. The instructor would have been all up your ass even if it was your first time in the airplane. Be like, what are you doing lining up on the wrong runway? Alright, so set your parking brake. You're parked up, that's fine. Set your parking brake.
Parking brake set.
So I want you to turn the ignition all the way off and back to both real quick. So you're going to turn ignition all the way to off and back to both real quick. That's going to ground the mags. Simism, it shouldn't shut down like that. Now you pull the mixture and that would kill the airplane. That's a simism. When you ground the mags like that, the prop should still keep running, then you pull the mixture to get it all the way out. Now you can close, turn it off like you normally would, kill everything, and get it all secured. That's a weird little simism, actually. Shouldn't turn off when you ground the mags like that.
What else we got on here? I didn't turn all these off. Off. Everything's off here. Now,
okay.
We can...
Yep, button it up, all that. and then we'll talk about some of the stuff that we learned, some of the stuff you need to watch out for, etc. Do a little debrief. After every flight, there's always a debrief.
Why would we do the ground? Yeah, Vex is asking why would we do the ground or the sim or
Do
the
that ignition
mag?
off back to both. It's so that you're grounding the magnetos, so that that way when you go to turn the airplane off, the next person that goes to turn it on, the magnetos aren't excited, so that if they go to spin the prop, then the plane's just gonna freaking start. That's a way to ground the magnetos to make sure that they're fully off, fully done for before you pull that mixture. That's the way it was described to me.
Okay. All right. That's it. She's shut down, buttoned up, ready to rock.
Ground the magnetos. Let's see if I can find online.
Y'all may hear a weed eater. There's somebody
To ground the
outside
magnetos,
weeding.
turn the magneto switch to off position, which creates a short circuit grounding in the magneto coil, preventing it from generating sparks. This action performed using the ignition switch P-lead circuit. Blah blah blah. Function is quickly to move the switch from bolt to off and back, observing the engine for a momentary drop in RPM. A failure to ground can indicate a broken pre-lead, meaning that the magneto remains hot even when it's switched off. So yeah, it's to make sure that the magneto is not going to stay hot once you turn it off.
Okay.
Okay, so let's debrief. So
Okay.
first things first, how do you feel? What did you feel like you learned? What are some of the things that you felt was that you maybe did good, not so good, what you liked, didn't like about the whole lesson that we just did?
Well, I think that the biggest take for me is like just staying coordinated in a turn, because it's never like been a thing in the simulator is to try to even stay at an altitude or at a heading. I mean, not necessarily a heading, but at a bank angle or any of that. That's always been like, I mean, nobody talks about that. That's not a, you just kind of turn and go whatever way you want, so I think that's really cool to see how, you would actually try to maintain an altitude and a bank angle during a turn to keep it coordinated. That's at least my biggest thing. Obviously, the biggest mistake would be landing on the wrong runway. but I liked it, man.
It shows you how focused you have to be without being in tunnel vision. You have to be so focused throughout the entire flight, but you can't get so focused in tunnel vision on one thing that you make a huge mistake, like something like that, like lining up on the wrong runway. So that it demands such I don't want to call it an extreme, but there's so much more focus and with the scans and everything, and trying not to get too tunnel vision on something. It takes a lot of mental fortitude to be able to fly an airplane.
It's a lot going. It did feel that way, like the whole time, is that there's a lot going on. That's what it felt like. And normally, at least in my experience in the sim, is that we just kind of go in there and just kind of fly around. I mean, obviously we go to an altitude and we set that altitude or whatever, and we just kind of fly along. But like, to be able to focus on what altitude you're at, keeping the bank angle, making the turn, coming back at that heading, and doing those things all at the same time, and probably watching out, for other traffic in the real world, which we didn't have to do that today, would be even more intense.
Yeah, that's a more factor to it. And like I said, when we would get the flight following with New York approach, they would be pointing out traffic, so there'd be the ATC comms factor that would be a lot more involved with that as well. So yeah, you got some of it, but you didn't even get all of it, and you see how hard it is to even just focus on all the stuff that you focused on today. And that's why with these lessons you kind of build up. On the first flight lesson, like an actual first time in the airplane with a student, the flight instructor is going to actually be doing most of the flying, whereas the students they're going to do the takeoff, but it's going to my hand's going to be on the stick with them. They're going to be talking through the whole way. They're going to be focused on just doing, like, the very first flight lesson is literally just trimming the airplane, straight and level flight, straight and level turns, climbs, descents. That's about it. None of these maneuvers even. So you're like, it's more fun obviously for the stream to get into the maneuvers and things like that. But when it's like the very first actual time in a flight lesson in a plane, it's all bare bones, just like flying the plane straight level, maintaining an altitude, getting the trim right, getting a normal takeoff, and then you're not even going to do the landing on the first flight. The instructor is going to do the landing on the first flight while they're talking you through all of it. So this is more involved even than what a normal first actual flight in an airplane would be, because I know you have a base knowledge, and because this is more enjoyable for the stream to see some of these maneuvers. And like I said, we didn't even do stalls. There's a rectangular course ground reference maneuver. There's unusual attitudes. There's different things that we didn't even touch on today that we can work on more in the next lesson. And then eventually you have to be able to do it all in one flight for a check ride.
Yeah. Which I think is awesome. I mean, yeah, dude. And then it leads me to believe that like before the next time we do this, I'm going to do this a few times and get more practiced with all those turns and all those things because I can. And this is a simulator. And you probably wouldn't be able to do that in the real world for the most part. You wouldn't be able to come out here and practice any of this stuff.
No, because you have to be with the flight instructor. It's on their time. It's whenever your lessons are scheduled. It's the cost. Obviously, it's going to cost a ton of money to constantly be doing this over and over. Flight training is expensive, but you can't. Yeah, you're not going to be able to do it solo until you get signed off to fly solo or do these things. So yeah, you have the luxury now this all being in the simulator world where you can go and practice this on your own if you want. Real life, that's not possible because you need to be with the instructor.
Right, but you can't stop me. You can't stop me.
No, I cannot stop you. And if you want to get better at it, that's great because then we can get more. Next lesson is going to be, we're going to touch on these maneuvers again, but since you already have an idea of how to do them, you should hopefully be able to get through them quicker. And then we're going to add in the stalls. We're going to add in the rectangular course. We're going to add in the soft field landings. We're going to add in the unusual altitudes. We're going to throw in all the different things that we didn't cover now to kind of be more involved with the second lesson.
Yep. Well, I'm down. So that was awesome. I really enjoyed that, and I hope you did too. And I hope that we do continue to do this because I think that was.
When do you want to do the next one? I mean,
I don't know.
I'd be down to even
Next
if you
month?
just want to do the next. You want to do it just once a month, or do you want to stay more consistent?
I mean, we can do it more often. It depends on your schedule. My stream schedule; it never changes. So, like, but Mondays.
What is your stream schedule currently? Actually,
you out.
Listen, my job makes it tough for me to keep track of days and shit like that. So what is your stream schedule
right
currently?
now, is Saturday and Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern. This Monday stream that we're doing right now is about to move to 7 p.m. Eastern. So maybe Monday nights
7 p.m.
wouldn't be a bad idea. And then Tuesdays are my DCS days. So really just for us, it would be Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
Gross.
Okay, Saturdays and Sundays kind of suck because I'm basically work every Saturday and Sunday this month, or month of October. But we can do Monday. We can do Monday the 6th, this coming Monday. So a week from today. You said 7 p.m.
Yep.
Okay. Boozy.
I'm gonna have to put it in my calendar. I'm gonna have to put it in my dang old calendar.
Yep, I'm putting it on mine as we speak.
Okay, hold up. So
lesson 2 will be next Monday night at 7 p.m. 6th. And if anything changes, obviously on my end, I would let you know, and vice versa.
Hold on, let me get it in here. So 1900 Eastern.
So I don't mean to. I'm not trying to promote myself necessarily, although I do have a YouTube channel. I'm gonna find the one that I sent you. I'm gonna try and go find on my YouTube channel real quick the video of when I was doing the maneuvers and talking about it by myself on stream. Let me go find that video real quick, and I'm going to put a link into your chat in case anyone in your chat wants to take a look at that. Again, it was me actually doing the maneuvers in the sim, just like you saw Boozy doing, while talking to myself and kind of talking through it. I showed Boozy that YouTube video as well. Let me just go ahead and find that. It's been a hot minute. I got to dig deep to find this. Hold on.
Oh, that's fine.
But I'm going to go ahead and share that link to your chat as well once I can actually find it.
Oh, well, Sleazy just shared your YouTube channel on there. So.
I appreciate it. I'm looking for the specific video though.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find the specific video.
Well, I just definitely think this is going to be something cool, and that's something that like for me has always been something that I feel like There's information that.
Here's the link to the specific video.
That I want that we don't have. You know what I mean? Like that nobody, unless you do this, you don't have that information. And that's what I want, is the information that goes along with flying these fake planes,
Yep. So, all right. I would say that again, the biggest thing, literally the biggest thing was landing on the wrong runway. Some of the other little things that I saw was, again, altitude control. But you started getting better at that. You started to see what your tendencies were as you kind of moved along. So you just have to kind of work on that. When you're doing that slow flight, you really you got to see how mushy it is. You got to be careful with that turn coordinator to get that standard rate bank, because you really don't need a whole lot to get that standard rate when you're doing the turns. Again, a little bit of a simism with the power issue in terms of like the climbs during the slow flight. Chalk that up to what it is. With the steep turns, you did really good with the steep turns. I really have no issue with the steep turns. Just next time you're gonna have to be able to show me that you can do it without me coaching you through it as much. Turnaround point was good. The S turns across the road need a little bit of work. You saw how you almost you would get to wings level perpendicular to the shoreline, and then you would just kind of want to stay in that wings level.
Yeah.
You gotta be rolling wings level smoothly, and then almost immediately smoothly starting to turn into the other direction. So that's,
and I think a lot
work on as well.
I think a lot of that is just like I don't know what we're doing until okay, now I see what you know what I mean? Like now I see what we're doing, and then it's like okay.
I want you can go back into that airplane flying handbook, and that picture that I showed you when we were talking about it initially in there gives you a great example. You can visually see exactly what you're trying to do with that. So I would definitely maybe go to that part of the airplane flying handbook with the S turns and kind of read through that again real quick, just as like a follow-up to what we did. You can also go in there and look at the rectangular course is in there in that same section.
Okay.
Because we'll work on that next time. There's plenty of parking lots in Jones Beach that we're going to be able to use as a rectangular course. It's basically just flying a pattern, but staying at 1,000 feet altitude the whole way through. To kind of give you an idea of when you need to crab and this and that and whatever. And like I said, then we'll also incorporate maybe some unusual attitude, which I actually don't know if we're going to be able to do unusual attitudes in the sim. The big reason is because unusual attitudes, the way I would do it with my students is I would essentially have you close your eyes, the student close your eyes, and I would screw around with the airplane pitch left and right so that your body gets all sort of illusioned with different sensations, and then I'll tell you to open your eyes, and you'll either be pitched up and banking or pitched down and banking, and then you have to recover back to like straight and level flight. So that might be, I don't know if we're going to be able to pull that off actually, because I don't know if there is a way to do the dual cockpit father with the Cessna 152 in here. That's the thing. And I also don't have Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. I only have 2020. So that's not something we're going to be able to do. So maybe we're not going to be able to do too much with the unusual attitudes now that I think about it. That's probably just not practical to do in the sim setting the way that we have it. Unfortunate. But what we can do is I can kind of just teach it. I'll just teach it with the pilot flying handbook out, and we can kind of just teach it to you in the stream instead of physically being able to actually do it. We're not going to be doing any foggles or instrument work because there's already so much of that on the stream and so much of that with the VATSIM and this, that, and whatever. I'm not worried about that either, chat. And he's already pretty good when it comes to all like the instrument stuff of yours. I'm not worried about any of that. We're focused just purely on the visual maneuvers that we need to do for the private pilot stuff is what we're going to be focusing on.
Which is really probably my biggest weakness out of all, like IFR and all that is probably my strongest point is, being able to do instrument approaches and all that stuff in airliners and stuff like that. It's this kind of stuff right here with coordinated turns and all that stuff you just I never got in the simulator, So, anyway. Well, that was awesome.
I think that's it. I don't think I have anything else. Land on the correct runway next time, or I'm gonna be, like I said, I'm gonna text your wife and tell her to come in there and smack you if you land on the wrong runway, or line up even for the wrong runway next time. So that's all you need to remember from this. All right. Otherwise, really, truly, I mean this. That was not bad at all for first time doing a lot of this stuff. So,
okay. Awesome.
Good job.
Awesome.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, buddy. I hope you had a good time too. All right. Well, I guess that's it, pal. And then I'll see you next Monday, guys. Next
7
Monday
p.m. Monday night. Next Monday. Yep. The 6th.
Yep. October 6th, 7 p.m. Eastern. We're going to do lesson 2.
Yep. And I'm going to work on what I want to do for that lesson right now. So thanks for coming to Day Chat. I'll see you guys.
All right, dude. Peace.
Peace,
brother. All right. Let's kill this. Kill this. Let's leave this. All right, it's just us chickens now, guys. Just us chickens now. That was awesome, though, guys. Did y'all like that? I hope that you enjoyed that. Because I did. I thought that was fun. Now what are we going to do? What are we going to do now? I mean, I thought that would be something fun, man. Like something that we can do that would make it, I mean, we have a lot of fun. We do a lot of cutting up here, and we do a lot of bullshit I can and all that, and that will never stop. But I also want to know the real thing, at least, you know, to some degree. So that's my thought process on it, is like, you know, I want to know the real thing. I know I may never, ever, ever go get a PPL. You know, I may never have the opportunity. I may never have the money. I may never have the time. I may never, you know, any of that stuff. But there's a huge gap of knowledge that I want to have, you know, and would like to know. You know, so I think that it's something fun that we can add into the streams to make it fun and have and maybe I can learn something from it, and maybe you guys can learn something from it. Obviously, you would never apply any of this to the real world because it's just a sim, but it is cool to try to learn something new. So now the next question is, what are we going to do now? Do we want to? The plan was to do X-Plane, the 737 from Los Angeles to Vegas and back. But I also have two other things I kind of was thinking about doing, man. We can either Mad Dog from Tokyo to that, what's that airport called? One of the new bespoke airports in Tokyo. Let me see if I can find it here. It's this guy right here, which they flew. Japan Airlines flew this real world. We can do this. It's this guy right here. Yeah, handcrafted. We can either do that, or we can do a Vision Jet flight. We can do the Vision Jet flight from our co-stream, and we can do it in X-Plane just to see how the Vision Jet is in X-Plane and how those airports look in X-Plane. So we could do either one of those things. Or, you know, now the only thing I will say about the Vision Jet in X-Plane is I've never flown it. I did hop in it yesterday. I was only able to get one. So maybe somebody who's an X-planer could maybe figure out how we turn. I don't know how to start the plane. Like a lot of the I couldn't get both screens to come on. I couldn't get any of the screen. Well, I mean, I'll show you. We'll boot it up and I'll show you. And we'll just see. We don't have to do either one of them, you know. But I mean, we don't have to fly it if we can't get it to turn on. But I could only get the one main monitor to turn on. I couldn't get anything else in there to turn on. So I don't know like what the deal is with it. But like I said, you know, the biggest thing with all of these simulators of flying planes is like, yeah, the Vision Jet is simple, but you know, there's intricacies to booting up a plane in these sims that makes everything different. And I think that's like what's happening here, but we'll see. We'll see. I'll show y'all. Maybe somebody that's an X-planer can say what's going on here. We'll just pop in here real quick. I'm not even going to change the title yet because we may end up in the Mad Dog. But I would prefer to do the X-plane. That's what I would prefer. And that was pretty cool, man. I really enjoyed that, dude. I really did. I really enjoyed that. I thought that was awesome, man. Did you take down, Sleazy, are you still here? Did you take down my disclaimer pinned post? If not, can't I? So like, here's the Vision Jet. I mean, we can do whatever. I couldn't get any of these screens, only the main screen to turn on. So I don't know, like I didn't spend a lot of time with it. I just spent like a few seconds. So I don't really know, like, you know, but I kind of gave up because yesterday I just didn't, I was kind of tired. Wasn't really feeling it. So cup of gin down. Ray Chronic, man. That was awesome, man. I feel like that was awesome. I had such a great time with that. The Alpha Cop. Yeah, dude, I didn't like that's going to be part of this. Like, I know that I like, you know, we all have a banter back and forth and we're having a good time. And, you know, I saw the guy talk about a barrel roll and yada, blah, 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 and whatever, man. But like, I just am not able to do it while I'm doing that. Like, because I want to get the most out of it. Like, I really do. I want to get the most out of it. So I can't be back and forth with it, you know? See, I already know one problem already. Uh-oh. How do I see? I've already. I don't know how to do these, dude. So like, I know you turn the battery on, but so this is the only monitor, screen, whatever you want to call it, that I could get to come on. Like, I don't know how to turn this one on. Like, it just won't come on. I don't know. None of these will come on either.
Fire, 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 fire.
Like, I don't, and there's no auto throttle in this, which is even more weird. Like, so it's just not modeled, or like.
Task 1. System test pass.
Ew.
Yeah, I don't know.
Gross.
Like, is this just an X-Plane shittyism, or like, what's the deal? I don't know, man. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. You tell me. Is there some I don't know. I don't see one. Battery 1 and 2, generators. There's no other avionics switch that I know of. I started the engine last time, and it. I know, I'm going to change the title, but I didn't want to change it twice, so I was hoping. Because we may end up in the Mad Dog in Japan. Because I just don't know how to fly this plane. Like. Like, see, it just never come. I don't know. That's it. I mean, you know, we can turn on the generators, fresh air, probes. Like, I tried all this. I don't know. The engine is running, bro. Engine's running. I mean, I don't have a checklist. Not like right here with me. No. This was kind of like a off the beaten path plan. Like I said, I haven't been in the plane before. Like, so, but for a second. All of them are in that I can see. This is brand new. Like, I've never even been in the plane. I can't imagine that it would be breakers already broke. Yeah, I don't know. See, I think you might be right. Father's Game might be broken. I don't know. Like, this is what I was talking about though. Like, I have no idea. Like, It looks good. Everything feels good. Like, look how much better this airport looks than even the one that had the freeware. Looks great. But I can't make the plane work. I don't know. I don't know if there's like an ad. Maybe there's like an add-on Vision Jet that people are using. You know, like that I don't know about. And this is, I don't know. You know, I haven't looked into it at all. I just, like I said, this is just like a real quick thing. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it says the G3000 is not supported in X-Plane. That's what that says. Well, thanks, kitten. But no matter what I do, it doesn't come on. It's a default plane, yeah. But none of this works. Like, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. And none of these come on either. Like, see, like none of this does anything. Like, you can't even turn these knobs or anything. Yeah, it seems bogey. Yeah, I don't know. So that seems like something that we can be that some rogue Alpha Bravo. I don't think so, Vex. You think maybe like, oh, there you go. All I did was hit the Bravo avionics bindings, and they came on. It came on. So there's nothing in the plane that turns them on, or like, or maybe there is. Maybe. Okay, 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 that works. So I assume it has no SimBrief integration either. I know, Father's Game, but this isn't 2024. This is X-Plane. I understand that we flew it in X-Plane in 2024 just the other day, and it worked. And I know how to use it in 2024. I'm completely able to do that, but like it didn't work the same in this, clearly. Now, what I think you would have to do is make it in SimBrief. You know, like make the flight plan in SimBrief and then download it and drop it in the FMS plans. And I bet there's some kind of way you can pull it up. Just because the one in 24 does something doesn't mean the one in X-Plane will do it. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't work like that. And the point is not to compare. I just want them to see how it looks and, you know, how it works. But, you know. So what I think this is how this would go down, right? Well, let's just try it. I mean, we're here. We may have to redo everything because I didn't set any weights. I don't know how any of that works in this plane. Like, I know how it works in 2024, but I don't know how it works in and like, is there even a downloadable plan for this? We may not have to, though. I could probably just input them. It's only like 5 or 6, you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna play with myself. What does any of this do?
Autopilot.
Does any of this do anything though? Like, oh, we're gonna have to do this like fully in here, I think, man. Like, so I'm gonna have to know how to. All right, let's see here, man. I don't think so. I don't know though. Curdy freaking Banger. Man, you missed the entire fun, Kurt Banger. You missed the entire fun. We took a full flight lesson from JPC, like a real one. But this doesn't show like. Yeah, but it doesn't do anything. Yeah, no fun here. Oh, okay. Oh, I hope you're having a good day, buddy. I don't know where, I don't. No, it just takes me back to where I was. See, this is what I'm already. You can't even adjust any of this at all. Like, well, maybe it's because the engine's running. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, but it doesn't look like you can adjust any of it.
Autopilot.
Very strange, man. I don't know. So let's think about this. Like, how do we do... That's what I was going to say, Forsey. I don't know how to do that, though. I was just about to say, there's got to be some other way to do that. Like, so you would do this. See, I've never done this before. Like, I've never, ever used this sim like this. Gogpoo, what's up, man? I need to change the title if we're gonna do this. If we're gonna balls deep this, and we're gonna sit here and do this, then let's do it. Let me change the title. I'm not going to do this on VATSIM. I can tell you that much. All right, title's updated. Okay. So I don't even know how to use this thing, man, like at all. So if anybody knows what's going, I'm not VATSIMing it, no. All right, so we need one. Kurt. Oh, look at Robbo. And look at Kurt. Thank you, pal. Thanks, buddy. Is that from Valor? Thanks, pal. I don't know. I've never put weights and stuff into a plane with the default menu before, Gogpoo. I've never done this. So like I'm just trying to figure out like how this is all done. Like we're trying to fly the Vision Jet. I'll check it out. I'll check that out. I can look at it right now. And see, this gives me Kurt, stop. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Thank you, pal. Don't do it. Jeez. So total payload should be 1,114. So let's go 1,000. Thank you. Thanks for the 100 bits, bro. Thank you for the 10 pack. Kurt Banger. We got 5 passengers. I guess we could just do this and not worry about it, but we need the right amount of fuel, right? So we need 1,300 pounds of fuel. And we need aft cargo's 239 pounds of cargo. So this is going to go over our way, bro. Is it not? I don't know what I'm doing, Ashley. Thank you for the subs, Kurt. Thanks, buddy. Like this feels like we're way over maximum weight for no reason though. Like it shouldn't be that high. I guess we could just kind of wing it a little bit, you know, like we don't have to like. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's just a stock sim brief. We're getting close to max Father's Game. Like that's max right there, you know, and that it says 1,014 pounds of payload. But we need this. Yeah, somebody's getting left behind, bro. I'm just gonna go. I don't know, man. That's my fat ass right there. I mean, that's what SimBrief gives, man. And it tells me cargo is 240 pounds. This is the amount of fuel it gives, 1,300. And it wants me to have 5 passengers. So what, 5 passengers at 170 pounds apiece is what? Let's just do the math. Is 850. So we're gonna be way over. Way over. So I'm just gonna go with that right there, man, and just call it a day, man. We'll go 400. Yeah. I'm just not gonna fight this too much. Now, is that all I gotta do to get this to work? What? Oh, they did cancel it. Yep, they did cancel it. They damn sure did. Looks like it to me. Wanna be loved. Oh, I done hit the wrong button, man. How do I back? See, I don't know how to use this thing very much, man. I don't use a G1000 very often. I don't know how to back up. How do I back up? Oh, there we go. All right, so we got a Gabby 3 off of runway 34 right with a flask transition. Very good. Now, I just hit enter to load. Yes. Okay. Well, I mean, I really wanted to do cross the pond, man, but like I know, and I think that's part. I bet you what JPC is talking about right now is part of the reason why people don't do it, because there's a lot of people on the US side of things who don't like it, and and I think a lot of the reason that they don't like it is because if you are going to do this in the US, right, a lot of these people are going to have to get up in, like, let's say your departure airport is in Orlando, you're gonna have to get up at like 4 o'clock in the morning to depart all these planes. And like, I just don't think that people want to do that. I mean, and it's easy to say cowards, but you wouldn't have to do that. What human wants to get up in Orlando at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and depart 752 airliners on the ground? I just don't think there's a lot of people who want to do that, including you. Just my opinion. All right, see, now how do I put in our arrival airport is our next question. See, there's a lot of people who feel a certain type of way about this. That's all I'm going to say. It looks like it's already in there. Hey, you're right. You're right. All those big events are unrealistic. So it looks like it's in there. Well, no, it's not. It only goes to Flask. We need to add a waypoint here. That's not how I feel. I mean, I like it. I think it's cool, but I do understand why people don't want to do it. Why someone on the US side of things would not want to get up and deal with that. That's all I'll say. I don't know how to put a waypoint in here, guys, like, to be honest with you. 'Cause, We've got to put our arrival airport in here, and I don't know how to do it. Like, if this was the G3000 or whatever one comes with, I would know, but I don't know how to do this. I don't use this thing. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know how to... I don't know where I would put my arrival airport in at, man. I really don't. Like, I see where it says arrival, but like, would... Press the knob. There's 5 of them, Vex. Press what knob? This knob? That knob? This knob? I mean... Yeah, I want to add the arrival airport. That's all I want to do. Yeah, see, this is not... This, I'm already not having a good time. Like, I'm already like... Because I don't know how to do it, and this is not what I was expecting, and so... A keyboard? I can just press the keyboard? Nope. In plane keyboard? Is there a plane keyboard? All right, yeah. So, yeah. I think we're gonna be calling this, man, because I like... Yeah, it's just the default Vision Jet. But I'm not, like, this is... Is there an in-plane keyboard? I don't know where that would be. Nah, don't worry about it, Ashley. We're just gonna do something else. I don't know, man. This is not working out, man. I mean, it folds out from under the bottom of the screen. Yeah, right. Okay. Like, I can see where you would do that, but like... It's just... What, dude? There is no arrival or anything. Now, we do need to add... Well, there is a waypoint we should have added. I mean, it doesn't matter, I guess, but... How do I add another waypoint? Like... There has to be a way. There is no approach. If I did the... Oh, okay, you're saying like... Oh my god. This is just so like... Tim Dog, what's up, man? Bottom waypoint bezel screen. It just won't like... This is just terrible. Yeah, clear airport. Okay, like... How did I get to that point, though? Greg, what's up, man? Oh, you know, doing pretty good, bud. How are you? How are you, pal? Okay, there we go. Sue? Honestly endure. In June. Sunday afternoon. Wow. This would have been a lot easier if it was a G3000 like it's supposed to be. Just saying. Yeah, it's supposed to have a G1000, but apparently they're not modeled in this simulator. Word on the street. Oh god, this thing is just like, ugh. It's so annoying, man. 3022. How do you get back to where this is just a full map? God dang, man, this shit is just annoying, bro. I don't care what the passenger asking, karting demon, okay? I don't care. I don't care. All right, I think, well, I mean, we're good enough there. I don't like it, but... All right, let's do this. The plan's changed a little bit, Zelda. We're not doing that anymore. We're not doing the turnaround. We did the flight lesson, and now we're flying. What we're doing is the same flight that me and Ibanez did the other day. But I'm trying to do it in X-Plane. But I don't know how to use a G1000. Like the actual Vision Jet has the G3000. And so now I'm trying to learn the G1000 that I've never used before to try to make this flight, which is just a little bit weird. That's all. So that's what's happening. Like, technically, I don't think the Vision Jet should have a G1000 at all. Yeah, and it doesn't really steer very well with the rudder, Father's Game. It's like all nose braking. It's like really hard to steer. Which probably would be more realistic than just ruddering around, I would assume, but I don't know. It's a lot harder than it looks. Let's put it that way. This is a mess already, guys. Oh my god. Well, we're pregnant with the baby now, though. We're pregnant with the baby now. We can't change it. And I gotta put my stick up here. I've got it on a yoke right now. Learning day is right. I just think that putting stuff in that G1000 Gogpoo is just the most unintuitive thing you will ever do, man. It's hit this button, turn this knob, hit this button, procedure, clear. It's just not intuitive at all, man. I don't know. Like, I'm not even sure how to put it in nav mode or any of that right now. Like, you know, I use like a Honeycomb Bravo to do all this stuff, and none of it's going to work. And so all this is going to be me, like, trying to wing it, you know, basically. But I really want to do it. I just want, you know. But that's what I mean by, like, when you, oh, God. When you're doing something you've never done before, and people say, oh, the Vision Jet's easy to fly. Yeah, sure it is. But, like, when you haven't done it in X-Plane and everything's totally different and all your controls don't work properly, it just turns into this thing where you're like, you know, I don't know how this works, and I'm going to have to, you know, if I had flown it 3 times off stream and then turn it on, I'd probably know what's going on, but... See, like, where's even the nav button on this thing, man? Like, okay, it's down here. All right. So let's put the brake on real quick. I do want to change it to a stick. And I do want to try to make some of this autopilot stuff work, man. Just see if we can. I don't know if it will or not, but we can't be flying a Vision Jet with a yoke, bro. I do think this is a good idea, though. Maybe we make this flight a couple of times. I mean, not today, but in the future. Nate, what's up, man? See, so like I have control there over the heading bug, but I have no control over the altitude. No auto throttle. Which is really weird. I didn't even know that was a thing. You got the whole week off, bro? I mean, let's just wing it, I guess, man. I don't know what else to do but to wing it. I mean, we could kind of try to... That's weird. Is there like a Vision Jet file in here? No. I don't know. Let's just... Maybe one of these will work. Just like a default one. I don't know. Default throttle, maybe? Yep, that worked. Okay, so look, that worked. So now I can change the altitude. See? This is still the throttle though, so that's a little weird, but that is okay. Let's put a flap down real quick. Let's look at our trim. Takeoff trim is where it needs to be, so we're pretty good there. Let's see how this goes. Oh, I guess it would help if I took the emergency brake off. She is really weird feeling. Really weird feeling. Let's just see. Is this... All right, so that gives us nav mode off the get, but we want to go heading off. All right. She looks okay. Everything seems okay. Let's go take off thrust. Let's fly this bird, man. I think we can do this. We just learned a lesson. We can do this. We know how to fly now. It's easy. All we need is one lesson, you know? Don't tell JPC I said that. Ooh, she feels weird. All right, gear up. All right, she's not going. Let's autopilot.
Wow.
Let's go nav mode. Flight level change. All right, all right, all right. She's trying. She's trying. Okay, okay. We'll get up to 145 climb speed. Let's. That's pretty cool. Okay. See? We can do this, guys. We can do this. I don't know what you're talking about, Ashley. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's get our flaps up. Oh, she's to the moon. She's to the moon. I mean, everything seems fine. We probably wouldn't keep it like maxed out throttle though, right? Like we would pull that back a little bit. Like I don't know what the power band or any of that stuff would be in this thing, but I'm gonna pull it back a little bit. You think you would just max it out? I don't know. If you were in the other one with the auto throttle, she would not keep it maxed out. I do know that. So I don't know what that means. I've never flown one that doesn't have an auto throttle before. So you would just push it to the max the whole way? That sounds fine with me. All right, sounds good. There we go, maximum, maximum. Maximum to the max. We're gonna have to do this though. We're gonna have to make some camera views. We don't have any of those. We can turn the music on. That doesn't do anything, Gogpoo. At least not that I could see. Like if you go here, these just don't show any. They don't. There's nothing. There's nothing in any of them, and none of them do anything. Like they don't do it. I don't know. Oh, and now she's just off on her own doing whatever? Like, what happened right there? Did we just lose our flight plan because I did that? Nope, she's right on the line, apparently. Ugh. So annoying, bro. I don't know how to use this. Ah! Like, I don't know how to get it back to, like, just the map, man. I don't want this all up there. I just want to see the map. God, how annoying is that, man? The correct answer is very annoying. Landing lights off. Yeah, I mean, I know, man. The point was to have a good time, okay? And just to see how it's going. I told y'all I didn't know how to fly it. If you're expecting read the manual type stuff, then you're in the wrong place. Wrong place. Oh, there we go. Thank you. See, y'all are not going to do this to me. Y'all are not going to come in here and be like, you should know and know, read the manual and when I told you I didn't know what I was doing when we started flying it. I told you that. I told you that. She seems a lot faster in a flyby than just like she's following the nav line. Everything seems fine. There is no EFB. There's really not even any reason to look at any of this stuff right here, man. Stug! What's up, Mr. Stuggy? How are you, buddy? Welcome in, Paliosis. Look at the map. See nav at bottom with boxes and highlighted one. Use the inner circle button on FMS knob to change between those presets. What? Look at the map. See nav at bottom. Yeah? This guy? Okay, that's cool. All right, there we go. We got the wind up there now. I mean, she's working. I just wasn't expecting to have to deal with a G1000. You know what I mean? Like, I was expecting to, like, hop in here and it be the 3000 and it's easy. But it's just a totally different beast. Nope, it's a G1000 Fixie. Could you run the new 5000? No, like, I mean, this is what is. Apparently, this is what's programmed in this plane. And there is no other, like, avionics package in it, as far as I know. It's the 3000 and the G2. So is this, so see, I don't know anything about the models of the Vision Jet or anything, man. So, like, is this what would be in whatever G1 this is or whatever? Wonder if there's a G2 Vision Jet in X-Plane that you could get, I wonder. It's the X-Plane 1000. There's not, this is the only Vision Jet there is. Okay. Well, then I would say this. If you were going to fly the Vision Jet, you have 2024 and you have X-Plane, just fly the one in 24, man. It's a lot better, man. It has a G3000. It has auto throttle. It has a lot of different, you know. I mean, this is definitely flyable, but.
All right, tough guy.
Thanks for the learn. Thanks, JPC. I think that was great, man. Can't wait for Monday night, bud. Can't wait for Monday night, bro. That was awesome. Off Oatmeal Road. Oatmeal Row, boys. Oatmeal Row. Like 3,000 plus in it, updated to 300 to something like a, yeah, the G3000. I mean, I don't know anything about it, Kurt, to be honest with you. It seems like Ibanez knows a lot about it. I mean, were you here for the co-stream, Kurt, the other day? I don't know if you were. I don't think you were, but we did this flight in the Vision Jet in 2024. And that's why I'm doing it now, is I thought it would be something cool. We could kind of see the difference and see how this goes and what it looks like and all that. But yeah, see, I don't know the difference between all that. Like, I don't know what a 3,000 and 3,000 plus the differences are. All I know is that I don't like this interface. Like, it's a pain in the ass to make anything happen. I'm sure once you do it and use it and learn it and know it, it's probably not too bad, but like... It sounds good and looks good, though. I'll give them that. You're driving me insane. But it seems also, I will say, very incomplete. Like, all this stuff doesn't really work or do anything, which is, you know, like, not the way it is in 2024. All this stuff seems to work and do stuff, and you can add weights and initialize the systems and do everything in these screens. That this doesn't even exist in here, like, at all. Like, there's nothing. None of this stuff does anything that meaningful. Yeah. No, I mean, no. It didn't cost me anything, you know. You're right. Thinking. And I mean, the textures look good. Like I said, like the model of it looks great. Like, all this looks good. Some of it. I mean, this looks a little cheeseball. Like maybe this. I don't know. But I still, like, you know, if you got both Sims. If you have both Sims, though, and they both have the Vision Jet, there would be really no reason to fly this Vision Jet when you have that one. You know what I mean? That's all.
Altitude.
All right, so we're at altitude now. Man, I had so much fun with that flight lesson this morning, man. I realize that's probably not everybody's cup of tea for stream or whatever, man, but yeah, I know what it means. We're getting close altitude, sorry, wrong wordage. But that was exactly the kind of thing that I want to hear and do and learn. You know, like that flight lesson today. I think that was awesome. It's the kind of stuff that I need. It's filling in the gaps of stuff that I don't know. And it doesn't, you know, like that's definitely like stuff that I just don't know. All right, there we go. We're climbing up speed right now, 260. Some things you can't hide. The guy that had the video had put his name on the list for a new Vision Jet, had done so in 2014. They called him in 2025 and told him his number was up. It was going to be serial number 503. Has all the new Jesus, it took them 11 years to make this man's jet? Holy shit. That's crazy. That's insane. Yeah, right, Forsey? That's damn, dude, that's insane. How do I know what my ground speed is in this plane, man? Like, is there no indicator on here? Oh, okay. Dope. Yep. 267. Hey, we're moving. Pretty dope, man. I mean, I'm pretty happy with this. To puppet. It is pretty bare bones, though. You know, I mean, but that's what we're doing here, right? Is like seeing the difference. You can kind of see the difference of like what is the plane itself. There is. So I have it installed. It's a freeware. It's a freeware. I'll show you. Hold on. Hold up. This is what it looks like in X-Plane. Hold on. I mean, that's what it looks like in X-Plane. So, not bad. Yeah, it looks great. Mm-hmm. Yep. I think it's dope, man. It would be cool. I would say this, though. It would be cool to have, like, a more complete Vision Jet. Yeah, Kurt. Yeah. I mean, you know, if you had your license and you wanted to fly your family around or whatever, man, this would be a really safe, cheaper option. You know, if you had the money. Obviously, I'm not saying it's cheap, but like, you know what I mean? Like, you got the automatic land with the parachutes and the doomaflitchies and all the stuff that I don't really know how to do or whatever, man. I have no idea if this one will do it or whatnot, but like, pretty cool, man. I'm not pulling the handle. I know what it does, but I just want to pay wear Citation X on X-Plane. Well, I heard the Citation X is not bad in X-Plane. Actually, is that not true? I heard it's just as good as the one in MSFS, if not better. I saw Jeffrey B and I saw Conti fly it, and they seemed to love it, man. And I think I saw Melvin fly it too. So I don't know. I mean, I've never flown it in X-Plane. That was a little stuttery. The Citation X, Zelda, that they're talking about, it's in the marketplace. You can only buy it in the marketplace. Flight Effects makes it. The Citation X is for sure the one that, for sure. But what I will say is, like, you look at this and I wouldn't think of this as a business jet. I realize that it is a biz jet, right? But it's more, I would think of this as more like a TBM, right? Like, this is a TBM speed jet. This is a turboprop speed jet. It's like the Starship, the TBM, the King Air, the, you know, it's that kind of class of, and so so is it slow though? Like, so that's always been my thing. I think it's a misconception. And so if I ask you, is the TBM slow? Would you say that the TBM is slow? So, you know, I don't understand why people think because it has a jet engine, it has to be fast, right? Like, well, that's that. But so why does that matter though? Right? Just because it's got a small jet engine on it. Right? It's got a small jet engine that doesn't go as fast as the ones with the big jet engines. That doesn't. I just see it as a different class. I don't see it as a slow jet. I see it as just a totally different class of plane. Just because it has a jet engine doesn't mean it has to be fast. See, why do you say that, Tim? Why should it? I just don't see it like that, I guess, man. I don't know. I guess I just see it more like a different class of plane. Now the question is, how do we know where to descend at? Is there a VNAV in this? Like there would be... How would we... Is there like a way to set up a VNAV in here? I don't know, man. I just don't see it like that, man. I see it as like this, the plane's speed is relative to what it is, right? Like that's how I see it, I guess. Right, exactly, Fixins. Exactly. Treat me as a prop plane. Like that's what this is. So I don't see it as slow. I don't know that there is VNAV in here though, man. Like, I don't know. We can always just do our calculations. We need to be down to 7,000 feet by Suzanne.
Altitude.
Right, goat friends. And so my response to that would be there are many SIDs where you in a TBM can't meet the speed requirements, which cause some confusion with ATC. You know, like, you see what I'm saying? That would be my response to what you're saying. Not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying my response would be there are many SIDs where you in a TBM can't meet. You see what I'm saying? Like they're just two totally different classes of plane. And I'm sorry that if you're an ATC and you see it as a jet and it should be fast, then you're just wrong. I mean, it's in her heart. 32-1 is our. So we need to be. I feel very like I don't know where I'm at here. In the Vision Jet, you fall in between turboprops only and jet only SIDs. Yeah, they're not going to match up. Yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm. But I don't know. I guess we could go on and on about this. I just don't feel like they're not the same class of plane. That's all. That's how I see it. This is obviously not the same class of plane as a Citation X or a Longitude or any of those. You know, like I understand that it has a jet engine on it, but like to me, that does just because it has a jet engine on it doesn't mean fast. It just means it's a different class of plane. Like, I need to know, like, how far we are. Okay, so we're 81 miles to Suzanne. And if I want to be 8,000 feet at Suzanne, 81 miles, it seems okay. Seems okay. So we want top of descent equals altitude, which is 260 divided by. Okay, so I just don't like learning on the stream, Vex. You know, it just doesn't equate to a happy experience most of the time. As far as like learning a plane, like learning those procedures this morning with JPC was awesome, but. So we want 1,000 divided by 8. Is that right? Is that how you do this? So we would do 8 plus 10, so 810. 26,000 divided by 810. Right? Is that right? 26,000 divided by 810. So 32 miles will start descent. I guess that makes sense. Nooch! So I like the learning of the. Oh, you did? So is that this Sunday? Are you going to be there this Sunday? It should be a one and done, right? It's just going to be a one and done. Yeah. It's going to be dope. I know it will be. to take it easy on me. I'm excited about it. It is. It is the default Vision Jet Godspeed for X-Plane. Which I have literally, not kidding, never flown before right now. Not even one time. And I'm really bad with the G1000. Really bad with this G1000, man. Like, this is just not my thing. Have you flown the Honda Jet? I've flown the Honda Jet in MSFS, but I don't know if there is one in X-Plane. Just to take it easy on me. I wish I could zoom out a little more, though. I feel like I'm all up on the
Ew,
plane.
gross.
I don't think there is a Honda Jet in X-Plane. If there is, I don't know about it. Comma? Bum 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 bum. Bum bum ba bum 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 bum. We could still do the Japanese flight if y'all want to. Maybe we'll see. Maybe I should eat something and then I'd probably feel more better about it. Don't you want me? It's so easy for you. But like, truth be told, man, I'm just really like still very new at X-Plane, man. Like, I still haven't, like, you know, I haven't flown a lot of the default planes. Like, yeah, I've flown the Honda Jet in 2024 a bunch of times, Kurt. Well, I mean, you know, I'm no expert or anything, but I've done it. Yeah, I've flown it. I haven't flown it in a long time. I don't know that it's even been updated for 24 or any of that. But like, I haven't flown a lot of default planes in X-Plane. I don't really know, you know, I like that whole putting the weights in here. I had no idea how to do that in X-Plane. I've never done that before until today. I guess so, Fixie. Looks that way. I'm a little sad about it, but I totally also get it. Like, I totally understand why. Well, I don't know. They haven't said anything about why, so I'm not gonna delve into it. I don't know what they're doing, why they're doing it, what, you know. You don't you want me? But like, what does that mean? What does change it up a bit mean? Yeah, it's canceled. I mean, I'll read you the thing right now. Dear members, hold on. With every event, Cross the Pond grows more and more. After some discussion with our partners, we've collectively decided to make a temporary break to determine the future of CTP, keeping everyone's enjoyment of the event front and center. We hope to be back next spring with a new edition of the event. We will take this opportunity to revise some aspects of how we create and manage the event to lead to a better experience for all those involved. Division VACC staff, pilots, and very importantly, ATCOs. We understand that this might cause some frustration, and believe us, this was not an easy decision. We hope to count on your support and understanding. More news will follow in the first quarter of 2026, where we aim to host the next edition of Cross the Pond. Thank you on behalf of the planning team. And that was it. See, what I feel like, I can speculate, and I want it to be like, this is purely speculation. We already talked about it a little bit. What I think, and this is like, I have no idea, and I could be completely wrong, right? It really kind of sucks for people on the United States or / South America / Central America / Canada side of things. If you're flying from this side of the world to that side of the world, right? The Western Hemisphere. Like if you're flying from the West to the East, if you're a controller in Orlando, you have to get up at like 4 o'clock in the morning, right, to depart 57 planes out of Orlando. And like, if you were ATC in Orlando, and I'm just using this as an example, you know, would you want to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning and log into that shit show to deal with, you know, would you want to do that? You know, is the question. I think that maybe I'm wrong. And maybe I'm completely off base because I don't know. I don't know anybody that does it. I have no insider knowledge of the situation. I don't know. I could be completely wrong, but I know that has to be, you know, I mean, you would think that would have to be some of the reason why they're trying to do some things differently, you know, like, and so, and it's even worse if you're in like Phoenix or Seattle, where it's even earlier that those things have to happen, you know? And so, but if you're on, vice versa, you would say, oh, well, the European, but not really, man, because if you're in Europe and it's 9 o'clock in the morning there, you could get up 9, 10, 11, noon, whatever, and fly the other way, and it doesn't matter. Would you, Defiant Prawn? I don't know, man. I mean, maybe. All right. Well, I mean, you would. Some people probably don't want to do it, man. That's all I'll say. But I could be wrong. Like I said, I don't know. Nobody has come to me and said that they, you know, that's the case. I just would think that is one of the biggest stickler things out there of why you would have to change something up. But that's just me guessing, man. I have no idea. Nobody has told me that. Yeah, I mean, that would be like my guess, you know. That would be my guess of like what one of the glaring problems would be. Yeah, nothing more real than and not getting paid for it, you know. Well, I guess you probably could, Kurt, but it would end at like 9 at night, you know. I mean, Tim, I was literally last year, I could have sworn I watched Kenco depart from Orlando at like 5 o'clock in the morning my time. Legit. Like, it was still dark outside whenever I watched him fly out of Orlando last year, or whatever, year before last, or whatever time it was. I don't remember. Now, granted, I'm Central Time, but, you know, it was literally like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. The FS one is better, Stuggy. It's no hate on this. It just is just a default plane, and it just is kind of like, it leaves a little to be desired. Like, number one, it doesn't have the G3000s. It has G1000s. I guess G3000 isn't modeled in X-Plane. It doesn't have any of these weights, or any of these screens actually do anything worth even talking about. So these are just pointless to even have. I mean, you know. But like I said, I'm just talking schmack, right? Like, I could be completely wrong. Maybe this doesn't play any into the factor of anything that they're talking about. You know, maybe there's completely different reasons why they're canceling it and trying to change some things up. Maybe I'm completely wrong, which is entirely possible. Yeah, Pensacola is Central Time. Anything west of Tallahassee in Florida is Central Time. Yes, I am familiar with the butcher shop. So the butcher shop used to be right up the street on the west side, and then they moved all the way across town, and so I don't go there anymore. So we go to this place called Costello's that used to be in the butcher shop's place. It took over there. Right, Planet, exactly. I mean, who knows though, man? Like, I don't know what the problem is. I don't know. I've done Cross the Pond twice. I had fun both times I did it. Both of the times that I did it were from Europe to the U.S. I never did U.S. to Europe. I did Iceland or Reykjavik to Toronto in the PMDG 739ER once, and then I did Portugal, Lisbon to Miami in the A339 and X-Plane. Those are the 2 times I've done it. Really? That's crazy. I've always had a fun time with it, Ibanez, but I do totally understand the daunting nature of it and why people would not want to do it, especially on stream, man. And I will say, last year, it was kind of a mess. They hadn't started ATC staffing sign-offs yet, though. I don't think they had even announced. No, they hadn't. They hadn't. So remember last year, it was a big mess across the Atlantic. At least where I was, there was like hardly, you couldn't talk to anybody, and it was a big like to do about whatever caused, you know. Really? I had no idea, man. I used to go there a lot, Kurt, and then they moved, and now I never go over there. Yeah, they had some, I don't remember, but like you couldn't get in a hold of anybody, and it was just a big mess trying to talk to New York radio, and I don't know, man. I mean, it didn't cause any problems for me necessarily. It didn't cause any problems for me. Of blood. So, but like I said, I just want it to be 100% clear. This is all just speculation, man. I have no idea. Yeah, exactly, Tim Dog. See? Yeah. I mean, that's now I feel exactly the same way. Now I don't have to decide whether I'm going to do it, what I want to gun for. You know, and for me, I have you know, like I've never gotten a great departure time or anything, so it's always been like Exactly, Tim. Exactly. We don't have to worry about it, man. I mean, so it's a. See, that's what I mean, Tim. It's kind of like if you feel that way about it, right? If you feel the way you feel about it right now, maybe it's not that fun. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe if it's providing you with some relief that you don't have to worry about it, then maybe it's not as fun as it may appear. And on the flip side of that, for me as a person who streams, I could probably have more fun on a long haul just not dealing with all that cross the pond stuff. You know what I mean? Like just turn it on with you guys, vibing out with you guys, not worrying about like whatever minimal ATC I get out of LA heading into Zurich and dealing with that and then whatever, man. I could probably have legitimately, like I'm not kidding. I could get up a 6-pack of beer and hang out with you guys and probably have a way more fun time doing that just on my own long haul than dealing with all that. And that's my own thing, though. Like, I get it. Some people love it, and you like that event, and whatever, man, that's cool. But, like, I'm just saying, I've learned that over the years, Ibanez. And, we've done some long hauls, and we've hung out, and, and I feel like could legitimately have, as much fun, if not more, doing that than all that bullshniking. Right. It was a great time, man. So, and that's kind of where if you want to be completely like honest with my thought process with all these events like this, and Nooch has said this before and y'all hit on it a little bit earlier, a lot of these VATSIM events are not realistic at all. Like if you're searching for realism, that's not it, right? Like 127 planes going into Newark Airport is not realistic, right? Like, exactly, Kurt. And so that's, with that being said, like you just said, it's fun to do that, man. Like I love that vectors to approach. I love all that stuff, man. Y'all know that. Y'all know I love these VATSIM events and doing all this stuff. But I want to say I think we as a channel and as a stream here are going to start doing them a little bit less because I find it to be more fun and engaging when people want to fly along and be a part of what we're doing. And I believe that these VATSIM events, i.e. Vectors to Copenhagen, a lot of you guys who would want to fly that are not going to join me for that because y'all don't want to deal with it. You don't want to deal with getting the clearances on wherever. You don't want to deal with all the bullshnikes. A lot of people don't want to have to make all those call outs. They don't want to feel that pressure. For whatever reason, they don't want to do that stuff. Like, and I get it. And I think that some people want to see it and some people want to do it and some people, but so I'm going to try to steer a little bit. I'm not going to say we're going to stop doing them, but we're going to be doing less of them. And that's also partly if we start moving these streams to the evening time, we won't be doing all these like evening shit, these European events and stuff. RPG. Thank you for the big fat raid, bro. How are you, bud? Thank you for the raid, man. What were you doing? Welcome in. Y'all go follow RPG, man. He streams Flight Sim from time to time, and he's a really good dude. And we've chatted outside of Flight Sim, and y'all should go give him a follow. Click on the little heart, give him a follow. Yeah, depart Copenhagen. You get the busy radio traffic without holding vectors. Yeah, exactly. They definitely are unrealistic, Tim. Like that's not even a question of like, is it realistic or not? It is not realistic, right? Like it is not. But you know, it is fun and I enjoy that kind of stuff, but you know, I don't know, man. But I just do think that people are, people will be more apt to, join in on a lot of those flights when it's not, you know, like if we're just doing I don't know, man, like we did the other day, Santa Ana to Las Vegas or something, man. Like there's ATC, but it's not this wild event where there's you can't get a word in edgewise on the ground and you can't get your clearance and you can't do, you know, it's not all that, you know, it's just a flight, you know. Man, I'm doing good, RPG. So we did a full like flight lesson from JPC, who is a real world pilot, and he came and taught me how to do a lot of these new things that I really needed to learn in the 152 out of Republic, which is the same airport he flew out of. We learned how to do coordinated turns and steep turns and S turns and different things, and we had a good time with that for a couple hours. And now I'm recreating the flight that we made in MSFS the other night in the Vision Jet from Manassas Regional to Mountain Air, and I just wanted to do it in X-Plane just to kind of see how the Vision Jet is in X-Plane and how the views are in X-Plane compared to what we saw in 2024. So that's what we're doing right now. So yeah, just in, you know, for those of you that came with RPG, I'm Boozy Sheep. I fly fake planes, and we just try to do it in a realistic-ish way and have a good time doing it. This Friday's F&O is like 4 different event airports. That should be better. I signed up. Yeah, and I don't want it to sound like I'm hating, Tim. Like, I like that stuff. I mean, maybe you're kind of newish here. You don't come here this much, but I love the VATSIM events. I really do. Like, I enjoy it. But I do think that me as a stream need to do them a little bit less, man. Like, I feel like I've always kind of focused on this, and like I'm always looking for the next VATSIM event, and I just want to do it a little less, man. That's all. You did well, and now you understand the actual flying side of it, and will be a lot easier. Yeah, so, you know, and focusing on things that I never really focused on, like staying at that certain altitude within 100 feet during a coordinated turn. Actually staying at the degrees and staying coordinated in that turn is a big deal for me. Like I never focused on any of that throughout my simming career. Like that was something that just didn't matter to me, you know? And like doing those S turns and doing the circle, all that stuff is like stuff that just never really, you just don't talk about. You know, we just never discuss in the sim. It's not something that we focus on. So that was cool. I never, do you say, I don't use either one of them, Prawn. I believe Say Intentions is better, although more expensive. So I don't really know, but I don't use either one of them. And I do feel kind of like that once you've been in VATSIM as deep as I have been, these AI ATCs, this is my opinion. Like, I know everybody some people get a little prickly about this, but like once you've done the VATSIMing that I've done, that those AI ATCs just don't do it for me, man. Like it's to the point to where like if I got to use an AI ATC, man, I'll just do it myself. I don't need some AI to tell me what vector to take to get to. I can do that myself, man. Like I don't need that. So I just don't ever use, like I have Beyond ATC. I've used it a few times. It's just not for me. I guess that's what I should stop there. It's not for me. I'm glad that a lot of people can get a lot of use out of it, especially people who don't want to do VATSIM and all that kind of thing. But for me, it's just kind of... Well, Father's Game, I've always kind of felt like GA, for me, has always been a little bit more unfamiliar. and I guess I should say IFR, not GA. What I should say is IFR has always come natural to me. It's more structured, and I feel more confident in the IFR. Where VFR becomes a little bit, it feels like there's blurred lines and there's stuff that I may not know and such that make it a little bit harder, in my opinion. It's a nice balance between chill and having ATC experience because you can just ignore it and without pissing. Yeah, but see that, so that I get it, Defiant Prawn, and I don't want, like I said, I don't want it to sound like I'm hating. I just think that, like, if you're just gonna ignore it, right? Like, then what's the point of even having it? You know what I mean? Like, why, if you're just gonna do whatever you want anyway, might as well just do whatever you want, right? Like, I would just, that's my opinion though. I'll just do whatever I want, man. Like, all right, we're on descent here. It just feels kind of pointless, empty. There's like, you know, like there's nobody there anyway, right? Like, cause you're just calling these virtual ATCs. So there's nobody there anyway. It's not a real person. So I'll just do it myself. Yeah, I mean, I'll just, it's cool, you know. And maybe there's also something to be said for, like, I get enough ATC throughout my day that I don't need every single, you know, like sometimes it's nice to just turn it on and not have any ATC at all. You know what I mean? If that makes sense. Just do it and do it on my own and not have ATC and just do my own thing. IFR makes the flight more definitive as to what's going to happen, and when taking a lot of guesswork involved, even at, yeah, exactly. Now I will say I have become much more like confident with VFR and confident with general aviation in general, as far as like the airspaces and calling for VFR departures and all that stuff, man. Like, I've gotten a lot over the years of doing this on VATSIM. I've gotten a lot more confident with it, but there was a time where I just, you know, it can be a little difficult. So I like them both, but I'm just saying, like, it's just different. Look at this thing cooking, bro. So I kind of did a rough calculation here. It is 39 miles from Suzanne to 2NCO right here. By my calculations, it may be muted. It's 32 miles till top of descent from 26,000 to 8,000 feet. So I just started descent a little. We may be a little early, but that's okay. Yeah, clouds look good though, man. I think we can ease up on our descent here a little bit. We don't need 2,000 feet a minute. Let's go down to 1,000 feet a minute. I agree, Defiant Prawn. It's comfy. That's what it is for me, man. I'm comfy that way. You know, I think Automator has something to do with this Plane Pals thing you're talking about, bro. I think Automator might be the person who, like, made this or something, dude. He sent me this before. Or he has something to do with it, or he knows the people that made it, or something. I mean, we've done this. We've done that a bunch of times, Father's Game. You've been here when we did it. 302. I think you have. 3021 is our altimeter. Yeah, I know that. I love it, and I am too chicken to try VATSIM. I don't have the patience for it. I don't blame you at all, man. I don't blame you at all for feeling that way about VATSIM. But what I will say about VATSIM is that, in my opinion, VATSIM is the single most #1 thing you can do to increase immersion in this simulator. That's my opinion. I say it's a joystick. You can play with my joystick, Zelda. Heyo. Cooch lace? Who the hell is Cooch lace? What the hell's a Cooch lace? Cooch lace wife. Cutchell's wife. Who? What? I don't know what Father's Game is talking about right now. I don't know what he's talking about. Chuckles? Who the hell is Chuckles? Man, see, that don't look bad at all, man. Oh, okay. Yeah, TMI for sure. For sure, bro. Mm-hmm. Ew, gross. I can see the plane pal thing though, man. Like we did just make this whole flight and I just did it by myself, you know. Would be kind of cool to have some people flying with, you know. And y'all know I'm not like the biggest multiplayer guy in the world, but it does seem like it would be kind of cool, you know. I like multiplayer group flights, Father's Game, but I gotta say, and y'all know how I feel about this, it just becomes a pain in the ass when it doesn't work. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing. It's like, oh man, this isn't freaking working, bro. Like, it's like, ugh. What a pain in the ass, man. Exactly, RPG. Exactly. Like yesterday. And I think that people maybe they get mad at me when I say this kind of thing or whatever, man. But it's like, I load in, I'm starting my stream, everything's cool, you know, or whatever. And then it's like, hey, I'm here, but you can't see me. And it's like, now it's time for me to sit here and fiddle fart around with 7 different settings to make sure that I can see you. And then the next thing they'll say is, oh, I'm a A320 when I should be a Kit Fox. And then it's like, oh, you know, like, dude, like, you know, I'm sorry, man. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know why it's like that. I didn't do it though. You know, like, I didn't do it. It just becomes tiresome. I know, but I feel bad. Automator. Don't you have something to do with the Plane Pals thing, Automator? Aren't you a Plane Pal guy? Didn't you have something to do with that? Or am I just making things up? That's 2MC. Is that it right? That's it right there. We're already on top of it. So we're gonna have to, you use it, but you didn't make it. I don't know why I thought you made it. Or had something to do with its development. There's Mountain Home right there. Okay. I hear you. I just remember you sharing it with me, and I thought you had something to do with it, but I wasn't sure. Sticky, what's up, man? So what we're doing right now is we're recreating our flight that we did in MSFS, but we're doing it in X-Plane. We're doing it in the X-Plane Vision Jet. That's what we're doing, just in case anybody wanted to know, like, what we're doing, why we're here. Picking up the 152 in sim. Which 152? The WB sim 152 is free, Father's Game. Costs nothing. God, this thing is just like a little bit. Well, yeah, it's free. It's in their Discord. Look up JP Logistics You got to find their Discord. I don't have the link like right here off my right now, but I think it's JP Logistics now. Is that not what it's called? I don't remember. I don't know if it's WB. They changed their name. It was either JP Logistics or WB Sim or something. The one that I flew this morning for that flight lesson thing. The GT, I think the PMS works in it, Defiant Prawn, but it doesn't, but the TDS doesn't work. The expensive, nice Garmin one doesn't work. But I don't know about that. Yeah, this is a Vision Jet. We flew the 152. JPC did a full CFI flight lesson with us this morning, and it was awesome. How does this Vision Jet? It's a shell of the Vision Jet in 24, in my opinion. Like, it sounds good, it looks good. It's got a G1000 when it should have a G3000. It doesn't. None of these screens right here actually do anything. I mean, they have little readouts and stuff, but they don't do anything. I would say that if you are going to fly a Vision Jet, you'd probably be better off with the 2024 one, and this is my opinion. But yeah, no, I mean, it's fine. I just wanted, that's why we're doing it, just to have a little fun and see what we think about this. You know, it looks good. I mean, the terrain looks good, the sky looks good, everything's fine. It's just, nah, this is not as good as that Vision Jet is, man. Like, it's just not. I mean, I don't know. Well, I've been saying that for a long time, Father's Game. Like, I don't understand how, like, imagine somebody would take that Beach Sierra, right, and do it up like they did, do a 152 like that. I have no idea where this airport is right now, man. Oh, I see it. It won't even let me disengage this autopilot. There we go.
Autopilot.
It's definitely better, Defiant Prawn. Like, the atmosphere and the clouds and everything are 100% better in X-Plane. That's just a fact.
Altitude.
She feels very, like, weird. I don't know. No, I wouldn't say unstable. Just bouncy and, like, won't trim out the way that I want her to. I don't know. Let's get another. But like I said, this is not, it's not fair because I've only played it. I've only flown the plane one. This is it. This is the first time I've ever flown it. So I wouldn't even call it janky. That's not fair. Like, you know. You can't just hop in something, you know what I mean? One time and be like, oh, this thing sucks. You know, I've only flown it once. This is it. Y'all are watching it. We're landing this Vision Jet at Mountain Air, and we've only ever flown it one time. So. Here we go. Here we go. I don't have to deal with you, Airbus. I don't have to deal with you today, okay? I don't have to. No. Mm-mm. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. So this is a freeware though. Like it's not default looks like absolute trash, bro. Just want you to know that. But it looks good. I mean, it's good. I like it. I like it. I think we take something. What we need to get in there, doesn't Hot Start or somebody make a TBM, bro? So who makes a good turboprop in X-Plane? Like a really good one, like a fully fidelitied out one. In X-Plane Father's Game! Boozy, one of the things you do in your streams is do things you're comfortable and have fun doing, but are open to what community cares for, and we're willing to find a middle ground. Yeah. PJ D Joy Zo. Haha. Oops. What? We don't fly Dash 8s into, like, we need a turboprop that we can fly in here. You know what I mean? Like a real turboprop that you could fly in here. Like this thing's kind of trash. I mean, it's not trash, you know, it's not trash, but it's just not it's not the kind of thing that we fly on this channel. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. It's not the kind of thing that we typically fly on this Twitch. It's trash, bro. On this Twitch stream, bro. Look how good that looks though. There's a freeware, man. Freeware mountain home, bro. Get absolutely golfed, man. It looks good, doesn't it? I mean, it's pretty good. Well, look at that. Oh my God.
Lord have mercy, I'm about to bust.
I don't know. You know what we could do? You know what we could do right now, guys? Just we could load them, but we could load the other one up and look at it. What I want everybody to do right now is take a picture in their mind. All right? Take a picture in your mind of what this looks like. You think we could load up both sims? You think we could? Let's try it. I mean, what's the worst that could happen, right? Lay down your tracks. Nah, we're not screenshotting nothing. You screenshotting your brain right now, just in case we CTD, okay, guys? Screenshot it in your brain. Is your brain screenshotted? Anything you need. Oh my God, bro. Jeffrey B! What are you doing? Jeffrey B, you legend. All right, we took a screenshot. Just in case we do CTD. How are you, pal? X-Plano? Ooh, this is gonna be cool if it works. This is gonna be cool if it works, Jeffrey B. Thank you for the 5-pack, Jeffrey B. You guys are crazy, man. Let's mute this and let's just discuss things. I like discussion. We took a flight lesson from JPC this morning, Jeffrey B, and then we recreated our Vision Jet flight that we did on the co-stream from Manassas Regional to Mountain Air. We did it in X-Plane in the Vision Jet. So we did the Vision Jet Saturday night, MSFS, same flight, and then we did it in X-Plane. Man ass. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I really think it looks great, Airbus. Like, I really do. Like, well, I mean, there's no denying that that looks good, right? Like, so, I mean, there's no denying it looks good. I think what it struggles with most is the ground, right? Yeah, there's no sim heaven. Sim heaven is gone. No more sim heaven in my sim. Let's give it a fair shake. We don't need this. I just kind of felt like it's not necessary. Like, I don't feel like it does anything, Jeffrey B. Like, what? And I haven't noticed a single bit of a difference since I took it out. Not one single bit. But I guess I'm not against like doing either one, but I don't know. Like, what's the Ultra Rocks? I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. What else do we need here, guys? I'm gonna wait for Active Sky to load all the way up. And I guess we could make like a little, hold on, we're gonna do this right. If we're gonna do this, we're gonna do it right, okay? We're gonna give it its fair shake, and we've given X-Plane its fair shake, and we'll do everything the right way. Hold, please. No half-stepping. Nobody can say, he didn't do whatever, and he didn't do whatever. Those rocks weren't set to ultra, Boozy. Those rocks weren't set to ultra. Just loading up both sims and loading up Active Sky, because that's what I think would be best, and we're just comparing both mountain airs. So I want, like, I'm going to give X-Plane its fair due, and I'm going to give MSFS its fair due, and we're going to pop in and we're going to look. Yeah, 2 sims at the same time. Trees are Bijan. This is all the newest, the freshest, and the hottest. You do need it. I do believe it is better. I believe it is better, bro. We are a little heavy. It feels a little heavy. Feels a little heavy. X-plane? Right? Are we in the... All right, we're right off. I want to get like as close to the real thing, as close to a comparison as I can get. Ooh, we is a little laggy. Oh, he's made the decision? Have we made the decision? Oh, I mean, look. I mean, dude, you know, they're both pretty good though. Yeah. You don't get the Bichon trees, you don't get the, you know. If a Sobo could get that, see, and I feel like that's the weakness of X-Plane. Like when you look at X-Plane, it's this like this right here that makes it look bad. Is this flat, dead ground that doesn't look... Oh, okay, yeah. That's what makes it look bad. Both good, but both different. I agree, man. You could badass. So this is custom mesh Airbus. It came with the freeware. They made two ortho tiles for it. So I mean, maybe it could get better or whatever, man. But like, I don't know. So X-plane map enhancement is on, but this is two ortho tiles that were made for this airport. Maybe, but I think, I think we see what we need to see, right? Like, I mean, clearly that looks better, right? Like, I don't think it doesn't matter what ortho tile you make. You mean in kill active sky automator? Is that what you're saying? This is active sky weather. That's X-plane. The mountains look less jaggedy in what? In which one? Y'all are going to have to specify. Yeah, they definitely do. Yeah, they definitely look less jaggedy. That's what I think is one of the things that X-plane does better is... I can kill active sky if you want. Ooh, it's gonna freak out a little bit. Oh, I see what you're saying. Sorry. I see what you're saying. I mean, it's on its thing, man. It's on what it's always been. Active, I mean, map enhancements running. I don't know. Global forest. I mean, and I guess my take out of this is that like it's exactly the way that I perceive it to be, man. The things that the the things that I'll say is I think that it's exactly what we all kind of think. Like the ground and the earth and GA and VFR and all that stuff is probably just a little bit better in X-Plane, but the atmosphere and the clouds and the way all this stuff looks and the mountains are better in X-Plane. And so it goes back to what I always say, man. They both have their strong points, and they both have things that they do well and that they don't do well. And this was never meant to turn into this, but it has. But I mean, I'm just saying, like, both sims are totally flyable. Both sims are totally usable. And I know that, like, there's differences and whatever, man, but like they're totally both totally usable. And in my opinion, really, man, if you can and you got the time and you can afford to, it's nice to have both, man. When one thing's not working, it's nice to have another thing that you can fall back to, you know? It would be very difficult, Airbus, if you had to choose one. You know, it would be very, yeah, I think so, man. I really do. Anyway. All right. That was pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool, man. Look at that. Like, when that dies, look at the like vibrance of the colors and the realisticness of the, like, I said it earlier, man, spoiled rotten. Imagine doing that flight lesson today in a 152 with JPC like we did, right? And the plane acting the way that it's supposed to, mostly acting the way that it should, is just so, we're so spoiled with that, man. We should never be, I won't say never, but we should never be unhappy with where we're at in this world of simulating, man, because it's all really dope. And I think both of them have their thing. I think that, well, and so that's the one thing that I see in that X-Plane forum and those MSFS forums that I'm in. And Wise Man once said, you can do both, right? Like, you don't have to switch from one to the other. You don't have to just fly one or just, you can do both. Like, it's totally and utterly possible, and you don't need to, like, feel like I have to fly in X-Plane or I have to fly in MSFS. You know, you don't, and like Jeffrey B, you don't have to move away from it. You know what I mean? You don't have to move away from it. You just do both. That's all, man. Like, do both if you want to. Anyway, I think I'm going to get out of here, guys. We've been going long enough. I've had a nice day. We had a nice stream. It is Monday. It's 1:30. I'm going to get something to eat. I'm going to take a little break. I might come back for a hot little stream this evening. I know I say that all the time and then I never do it, but it might actually happen this evening. You know, it might actually happen. Let's raid out to somebody. Say what's up to them. I don't know who we'd raid out to. You know what? Let's raid over to Kenko. He's doing X-Plane. So let's go say what's up to him. Y'all don't go anywhere. Y'all go say what's up to Kenko. He's flying X-Plane right now. Yeah, so we'll get out of here. I might be back this evening. If we do come back this evening, I'm going to do probably some Japan, man. Maybe some GA Japan, maybe some Mad Dog into one of those bespoke airports that I went and checked out. But if not, if I don't come back, we'll be back tomorrow with some DCS, some big time DCS practice. We got a lot of hardcore. We got a hardcore Operation Hormuz coming up this Saturday night. So we got a lot of practicing for that. Some stuff that I've never done before. So we need to do that. Y'all go say what's up to Kenko. I'm trying to thank everybody before we bounce out of here today. Hotch, thank you for the follow yesterday. I know you're not... okay, you got it? Okay, yeah, Kenko. I know you may not be here now, but thank you for the follow yesterday. Ibanez, thank you for the 25 months. You're insane. MDA, thank you for the 42 viewer. Raid DeFritz, thank you for the follow. Big Rig, thank you for the 100 bits. Squawky, thank you for the bits. Faux Fingers, BJT, Kurt Becker. I know I missed a lot of that. Thank you for the 5-pack, Kurt. Thank you for the 5-pack, Jeffrey B. RPG, thank you for the raid. I hope y'all enjoyed it. Remember, DCS tomorrow night. If I don't come back tonight, DCS tomorrow night is definitely on, and then next Monday we're definitely gonna do a JPC flight lesson again. Who knows, Fixie? Maybe we might be able to do that. That's not a bad idea. But anyway, there's definitely gonna be streams. You know, I'll post it in the Discord, !point Discord. I'll get you in the Discord, and then that's about it, guys. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for coming out and hanging out. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace, love, chicken grease. Copy the raid message. Drop it on Kenko. Peace out, guys.